Whoop. I'm a little bit late. Just give me a moment. Sorry, guys. How's everybody going? I didn't catch up on the time. Hello to everybody that's in chat. I'll get to you in just one moment. Hold on there now. Good to see you, folks. Good to see you, folks, indeed. We'll play a little bit of music. Just wait for a couple people to get in. Just 1 second. We do have a few things to talk about today. You guys were quite lively in your discussions. I've seen a lot of it. One thing I was looking at today, by the way, we'll get into it, just play a quick song to just wait for people to get in, but I noticed this. Anybody see this yet? We'll talk about it later, but I don't think this is real, but...
After the war, you're very welcome. I invite you.
Yes. That sounds good. Well, I look forward.
So yeah, we're gonna get into that. I don't think this is real, but he was on like a call with Elon Musk, and then this gets dropped. This seems like typical misinfo or disinfo placed. Kitty, get out of my way, bruh. Get out of my way. Anyways, welcome to the show. Let's start with a little Kalinka Maya. I'll be right back, and we'll talk to you soon. Hello to everybody in chat.
Калинка моя, в саду ягода, малинка, малинка. 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 Душа девица,
В саду ягода, малинка, малинка, малинка.
A good request in the chat. It's been a while, hasn't it? Let's do it.
Hello, guys. Something special is happening in here. That's right. It's Brackets and Jackets. Bringing it back, but Brackets and Jackets. Special Epstein Island edition. That's right, folks. Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island, which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see, this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed. And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America. And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them. Prove me wrong. That's right, Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the building with songs about Epstein. It's Breakfast and Jackets Epstein edition. Guys, I had some epiphanies today. I had some real big epiphanies about some guys. A big network of guys and spies and lies and liars. Alright, think about this for a minute, okay? The guy in Portland, the scientist that just got busted for producing CP, that guy is 1 degree of separation away from Epstein. Epstein, the investor that lives in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know a guy who lives in West Palm Beach, Florida as well. Investor as well. Also involved as well. And all is not well with these guys. The Florida boys, the Glow boys, the Scott Israels of the world. You see, Epstein is Hillary Clinton. And Epstein is Haiti. And Epstein is a big network of media assets. By the way, did you know that Steve Bannon was going to that guy for money? Also, Epstein is Epstein Oprah. Epstein is Chris Tucker. You remember him. Epstein is also Kevin Spacey. Epstein is also Prince Andrew. Epstein is also... Who else is Epstein? Who else is Epstein? Tell me. You guys know? Who else is Epstein? Is Epstein Big Pharma? Is Epstein Bryan Singer? Is Epstein Naomi Campbell? Yep, all of the above. All of the above. Who is Epstein? Epstein is the keystone of a whole motherfucking matrix. And once you pull it out, it all falls down. Dersh was there too. That's right, we're dropping red pills every day. Dropping red pills in the best kind of way. This is Brackets and Jackets for the denizens of islands.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you in the chat. Lots of people chatting already. Who else is Epstein? Who else is Epstein? That was Isaac Happy Brackets Jackets. Possibly, you know, someone mentioned part of the crust of flan. Possible. I can see that. It could be possible. You never knew. No, and that's I guess that's the problem that we do have. We can't follow people, right? He did mention a lot of names. I don't know how much evidence he gave of it. It could have been staged. Who knows? Who knows? And we're going to get into the rest of that today. I want to welcome everybody to this chat. I do have a kitty that is protesting the fact that I have live streamed rather than be his wrestling buddy for the day. So bear with me if the kitty's being a bit of a pest. Sharif Badawi says, I support the current thing. It's good to see you, my friend. Leaky Notneck says, stop pushing Lira, FFS, for frig's sake. We're going to get into his reappearance. And I did have a lot of people that had mixed reaction to him coming back. And understandable indeed. And we're going to get into it because, you know, I reported his disappearance. We're going to cover his reappearance. But I would like to get into some of the things that people have brought up to me, and that's fair. I suggest that comparing the reporting on the Ukraine, or sorry, I missed one thing. Maybe it would be interesting when this conflict in Ukraine has ended, doing a deep dive live stream into those slippery Greeks. This is not me saying it. Those slippery Greeks over at the Duran. I suggest that comparing the reporting on the Ukraine conflict to textbook counterintelligence tactics could be a very interesting thought experiment. I have brought up this before. The Duran. Let's see. Can we get their logo real quick? Of course, we're only going to get Duran, are we? Yeah. Okay. So this logo has always made me wonder. We got the double-headed eagle, which, you know, probably a reference to Orthodox, the Orthodox Church, because where they are Greek or whatever. But one thing to you know, talk about. We've already talked about this before once, but I have mentioned this just to let you know. There is some sketchiness in it. The dualistic, this double-sided shield or double-colored shield of white and black. That's always something that can raise a flag or two. I get you. I hear you on that, but. And I could see the resemblance, what you're talking about, to certain counterintelligence operations. Someone says, trust the flan. Yeah. Possible. Very possible. But welcome to the chat anyways, Lotli. It's always good to have you. Or Lotliki, Notneck. I don't know how to say your name, man. Sorry. Rebecca N, 1965. Camo, good to see you, man. Reassign your child's gender to show support. Put them in a pod, and the woos will do the rest. Oh, gosh. Oh, this is getting spicy already. P. Mendez 99. It's not like the Nazis that I know, and I mean that I know. Inclusive capitalism is going to be so inclusive. You know, indeed. Verschlusschacha. I can't say it, man. Sorry. Good to see you. Wagner versus Azov, Nazi versus Nazi. Yeah. Wagner is involved with the Russians, so or Wagner, sorry, I should say. Give me that wrench, he says. I gave you the wrench. Finding Freedom, good to see you. Chauncey Fatsack. Wilshire Boulevard lives. Oh, yeah, with, I've heard about this. Live from St. Petersburg. It's Saturday night. I'm not in St. Petersburg. Comfy Avidan Saturday stream. Yes, good to see you all. Good to see you. Robert Johnson, Miss Kitty, good to see you. Total Lutter Nutter, always good to see you as well. It's not the little hats wig. Okay, Kino song indeed. Elon is trolling. Yeah, don't trust Elon. It's got controlled opposition written all over it. You can see all the same conservative channels acting like he's a hero. Like, come on. The Xeon Russian tanks is for Zelensky, not falsy Germans. Says Camo. Anybody else I'm missing? Goldan Crétin. Good to see you. Peace to you as well. Another song, Ivan Rebrov, Cossack Patrol. Okay, maybe I'll play it on the break. Give me a second. Copy that into the old notepad. What are your thoughts on the food processing fires? Part of the plan, my friend, I think. Anything to get rid of food supplies and all that kind of stuff. I do think that something is afoot, indeed. Everyone has a face until punched in the plan. Neil deGrasse Tyronson. Did you see that video with Mike Tyson punching out that kid on the plane? Oh boy, it's like this week's Will Smith. I want to see that map painted red alert style. Yeah. Oh dude, that game gave me so much. That was like one of my first favorite computer games. Got me into RTS. Where is Avidan? I'm right here, brah. I'm right here. Apelison. Good to see you. Rip Cappy. Tron Fukyu. Isaac Cappy is a classic on this channel now. Yeah, I do like him. I still like him. He might be controlled opposition. I don't know. But I still like him. Is this deep fake? Yes, it is. Total deep fake. We'll be digging tonight. Isaac Cappy was right. This is a highly addictive beat. It is. It is indeed an addictive beat. I love it. He was part of the QAnon conspiracy theory. Yeah, he certainly was on 8kun and stuff like that. They might have put him on there. Peter Daszak, CEO of EcoHealth Alliance, was part of the Epstein people, says Mahatma Levolence. Was he? I'm not sure. I know that, like, have you seen this guy on Twitter? One second. Let me see if I can find him real quick. There's a guy that worked with EcoHealth Alliance. I forget his name now. But if I look up Daszak, CIA. Give me a second. I should find it. Yeah, of course it went. Yeah, okay. Okay, Twitter. Can't look up Daszak? Really? Okay, so I can look up Gonzalo Lira. What's going on here? Daszak, CIA. All right. Peter Daszak worked for CIA, Free Republic. Has this guy been taken off? I wonder. Andrew Huff. There we go. For the record, in 2015, Peter Daszak stopped me as we were leaving work late at night and asked me if he should work with the CIA. I was shocked given my experience in security. Over the next 2 months, he gave me updates on 3 separate occasions about his work with the CIA. Have you ever looked into this, by the way? Because Daszak is a moron, right? Like he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. And if you look into EcoHealth, they were given like a ton of money by USAID, which is a CIA front group. So it does check out. If you guys want to check this out for yourself, we won't get into it too much here today. I'm just saying hello to the people in chat, but I'll give that there to you if you want to look more into it. Am I aware of the Hanks connection with Kappa? Or do you mean Cappy? Or like some sort of fraternity organization or sorority? Better off. Let's see. I mean, other than the whole, like, the I-66 and the cap on Kappa, and like people think that he killed him and stuff. But it could be for show. I don't know. We're kind of like left to our own imaginations on this. Finding freedom. Avidan, do you like dogs? Of course I like dogs. Dogs are great. I like playing fetch with them more than they do. Dogs are great indeed. I mean, like, I have cats, right? And like, my first love was dogs. It was just I got used to cats, and I think they're dope too. I like basically all animals. Michael Z, Avidan, you can show your DC convo if you want. Okay, yeah. We can start getting into this now. All right, so first on the list is the reappearance. Hold on. We'll get into the Duran. We'll watch this real quick. The Duran showed Gonzalo Lira. and it's only 4 minutes, so we'll get into it.
Okay, Gonzalo, I think we are live. I think we should be live. One sec. I see 0 people are watching. No one's watching. No one's watching, man. Oh no, here's some people. Okay,
well,
here's
it
some
doesn't
people.
matter. Just
Okay,
the
yeah.
recording is going to be.
Yeah,
gonna
we're
be-
recording. Look,
Hi,
Gonzalo, I'll give
it's
you 5
Gonzalo
minutes.
Lira.
And let me
it's-
put you. Let me
hi,
put you on.
it's Gonzalo Lira. It's what day is it? Friday, April 20th. Friday already. Yeah, a week. April 22nd, 2022. I'm in Kharkov. I'm okay. I just want to say that I'm back online, and I'm here with Alex Christoforou, and I just want to say that I'm fine physically. I'm a little rattled. I was picked up by the SBU on Friday, April 15th at a little after 1 p.m. local time. I'm okay physically. I'm a little rattled. There seems to have been like a lot of interest in my case, which is wonderful. Thank you. But there are a lot of other people who are frankly more deserving of the attention. I've highlighted them in my Twitter feed, the real Gonzalo Lira. Those people matter more because we don't know where some of them are. Some of them have passed away, but well, some of them were killed. But the other ones, we don't know where they are, and so they matter more. I'm okay. I don't have my computer, and I don't have my phone, and so anything that was published or posted on the Gonzalo Lira YouTube channel, the Coach Red Pill YouTube channel, the real Gonzalo Lira Twitter feed, and the real CRP Telegram feed after April 15th. Just discount it because it was not me. I did not have access to those accounts, and I still don't, for that matter. And I don't have my cell phone or access to my email accounts. I created a new one, and that's how I got in touch with Alex. And I've been in touch with, of course, I reached out to my family members, the people close to me. And you know, I'm telling them that I'm okay. In some cases, I'm waiting for their reply because it's 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning over there. I'm okay. Physically, I'm okay.
Okay, we'll just stop it there for a moment. So we're going to discuss, possible veracity on this, and let's just start now because we got a lot of people that support him, and I support a lot of the things that he said. I really appreciate a lot of the videos that he's done. His expose on Newland, the mind of Newland, that was a great one. Many of the things that he's said, I really appreciate all of his live streams, but one has to wonder the veracity of this, okay? So as we have this conversation, please know I'm not trying to trash the guy. My mind is not made up on this, but we do have to question whether or not this was part of like a publicity plan. I do think so. As we discuss it, please be civil in chat to each other. You are welcome to believe what you wish. You gotta wonder. I mean, it was about a week. It was from the 15th to the 22nd that we saw him, or that we didn't see him. And he looks in very good shape. Doesn't seem to have lost any weight. He doesn't look any worse for wear than he was beforehand. In fact, he kind of seems a little rejuvenated. And for someone that was detained by the SBU for 7 days, he does look pretty good. And he wasn't hit. He doesn't seem like I would have thought that he would have gotten a lot more hit up than this, to be honest. And it does make me wonder. Secondly, I know, like, I don't know if he gets into it too much on this one. He said that he's not allowed to get into the specifics, which I can understand that, okay? Like, if you're being investigated, they might put a gag order on you. And if you're still in Ukraine, then, you know, they could pick you up again and then never show you again, right? So I get that part. There's only so much that he could talk about, theoretically, if he did get picked up. But I find it weird how, like, he wouldn't be able to show any documentation or anything like that he was picked up. He did say in the later live stream with the Duran after yesterday, saying that he showed them documentation. But he said that publicly, which would, if he can't show us that, then I think it would be incriminating to state that you showed somebody on public air that they showed the documentation to somebody else, even if it was in private. So there's that as well. That kind of I found to be a little bit of a red flag. Okay, now this doesn't mean that what we're looking at here is a sham. But these points I think are important to put in place. I do appreciate the people that have been skeptical and you know, give me the little nudge, you know, be careful not to just support people blindly. And I do appreciate that very much to you guys. I would like to talk about this a little more and see what you guys think of in the chat, because there does seem to be something a little off on this. I did have, okay, I got the blessing of someone in chat that has been messaging me. Sorry if that just cut out. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Okay. I want to bring up something here. He's been pretty open about who he is, how he presents himself right now, because he's more focused on the Zelensky regime, is another story. But oh, dang it, Dale. Let me get the link. I would like to point this out, okay? This was one thing that caught my eye. This is Coach Red Pill on being a bastard. And in this, he talks about getting ahead in life and being a nice guy are exclusive to one another. I don't know, maybe we can catch this.
Right? And I appease them all the time, okay? They want a toy, they want this, they want that, you know, and they'll start to cry if they don't get it. And so I give in, yeah, like a little marshmallow that I am insofar as my kids are concerned, right? Of course I'm going to acquiesce. Of course I'm going to give up. But when it comes to some stranger, to some random person, some random adult, okay? Because when I acquiesce to small children, they are not only my children, but they're 4 and 6 years old. When some grown-ass adult wants something, and that interferes with what I want, hell with him. And he has hurt feelings, and he doesn't like it, tough, you know? I'm not going to forego what I want for the sake of some other guy. You see what I'm saying? And that's the key issue of what it is to be a bastard. See, a lot of guys, a lot of men, perhaps you, a lot of men are taught that they should forego their own desires for the sake of others, that they should be a nice guy and let others win. Let others take the prize that you want. Or perhaps it isn't that you two are competing for the exact same thing, but the fact is that in order for you to achieve what you want, somebody else is not going to achieve what they want, and so they tell you, come on, let him have what he wants. You know, by him getting what he wants, you don't get what you want, but you'd be such a nice guy. Why don't you be a nice guy, huh? Can you please be a nice guy? Fuck that noise. Fuck that noise. If you ever are in a situation where somebody says that you should do something in order to be a nice guy, you say no. And they're going to look at you nasty with daggers in their eyes and call you all kinds of names. And you're an asshole and a bastard and blah, 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 blah. Sure. But who cares about these people? These people who call you these names? Are they your friends? They're your real friends? Because your real friends want you to succeed. Your real friends want you to achieve your objective, to achieve your desires. If some random other person that you know casually wants you to forgo your desires so that they can achieve theirs, there's nothing to debate, right? But if they play that nice guy card, and you insist that you're a nice guy and you want to be a nice guy, then that's where trouble starts, right? Or rather,
Okay, so we'll leave it at that. I'll give you the full link if you want to watch this yourself. I don't think that this is circumstantial. It's not damning of anything. Okay, I'm not, and again, I'm not trying to smear the guy at all. But we are seeing a different picture of what is kind of being, for those that like, because I for one did not watch this guy much until the Ukraine thing. It was actually because of the Ukraine thing that I would see him. So you got to bear this in mind. Is it really beyond this person's capability? Like, you have to look at these things. Like, I can understand, like, a lot of people say, no, he wouldn't do this for a grift or whatever. And I'm not saying that I have any evidence that it is a grift. I have a lack of evidence that this is kind of what transpired in somewhat of a matter. But you do have to look at it like it is possible that he could be doing this for added popularity. Now, one thing that kind of counters that for me is the fact that he is not able to go on to his YouTube. He is not posting on any of his YouTubes. If this was a grift, then he has chosen to not, or chosen to, I guess, set aside his YouTubes, which is his primary source of income and or attention, right? And that could be part of it, I guess, but wouldn't the goal of doing a grift like this theoretically wouldn't that be to maintain and snowball the attention on you? Like, wouldn't it have been best if he just like started posting on YouTube again? I think it. Do you know what I'm trying to say here? Like, why would he do a grift for more attention if he can't get attention on his own channels? If this is like a selfish motive. That is one thing, right? There's a few other things that kind of make me wonder, I guess. I don't know how much of this I can show in a conversation that someone had me on Discord. 1 second, let me see if I can find it. There is evidence where he talks about how censorship was ruining his channel, and he deleted a lot of his older videos due to the fact that he felt like he was getting like shadow banned, suppressed, or whatever in the algorithms, and he got rid of a lot of his old videos in order to try and bypass that. And then he started a second channel, to which this Ukraine thing just happened, the Gonzalo Lira channel, because everybody knew him as Coach Red Pill or CRP, right? So that as well, it does make me wonder. All right, so there's a webinar that he made 2 years ago, around 2020, called "The Climbing Mountaintops." He made a short video along with that webinar, and he talks about how he can't reach his next mountaintop because it's unachievable due to censorship, and he discusses potential pitfalls and encourages us to climb those. But in reality, that webinar is more, sorry, I'm just reading off what someone wrote to me, is more of a dialogue with himself while getting input from his most devout followers. He rants on about how something you're well capable of, but can't just pull off because others intentionally prevent you from doing it. They hold a foot on your neck, and how unfair it is, expressing his true feelings while us listeners just empathize with him. So this person is making the case that the censorship really took a toll on him, and it got to the point where he even deleted his past videos, as said, trying to start over. If anybody has like some video on this, I don't think he had access to it because he's no longer on his Patreon, but it apparently should be on the Patreon. Maybe you could take a look into it. It was around Q2 to Q3 2020, if you do have access to it. So these things, I mean, I guess it paints a case that this isn't beyond his personality, I guess, to do something in order to bump his popularity. But then again, it goes back to what I was saying before, like, why would he cancel his YouTubes, or why? Like, why would he choose to no longer post on his YouTubes and then say that it was the SBU that took it? Right? Like, my mind is not made up on this, to be honest. I don't think that this is necessarily a grift, but I think it's something that we should at least take a look into. Right? This channel, CRP Archive, isn't him. CRP channel plus Gonzalo Lira were his older channels for the older vids. CRP Archive is a follower who re-uploaded everything he had backed up. Coach deleted everything overnight. Listen, like, I have I've gone through my list before and deleted everything. That takes a substantial amount of time to do that stuff, to go and like hide or delete all of your videos, especially if he deleted them, because you have to do that extra button to click. Like, I don't know how many videos he actually had, but you have to be very committed in order to delete all of your videos. Very committed. Like, even like putting some, like, I put in a few things, like put a few things on unlisted just to I was trying to sync up my Odyssey channel, and because I had too many videos, they wouldn't let the sync happen, so I had to make a few of them unlisted about a month ago when I started Odyssey. So I went through like some of the less relevant videos that I had made, ones that really didn't like matter to anything anymore, and put them on unlisted, and that took it took an hour at least to delete hundreds of videos. I don't know how many he actually had, but to delete whatever it was, that takes a long time. So dedication indeed. MHV, but all the people who are under the impression he was detained for 7 days and had the Nazis take his phone and computer is out there and treated as fact right now. Yeah, we probably shouldn't treat it as fact. Like, we're just going off whether or not this is true. Okay, I think the point that people were making to me is important. I still tend to believe that this was real. Okay. I will say that. But I think the point still stands that we can't just take people's word for it. Right? We have to have some information. Someone just brought up that the Sarah Ashton Cirillo, Brian Stelter with a wig, you know who I'm talking about, that should corroborate, because she mentioned that he was detained, but there's no evidence that he has died. Yeah, it's possible, but I don't know if you've looked into this Brian Stelter with a wig person much, but she's got glow written all over her. He does, whatever, I don't care. That person glows hardcore, okay? And if this could be part of kind of like a dual-winged counterintel, you know, that's not necessarily that hard to make up. But on the other hand, it could be. It could be that, like, this person has an actual contact with Ukraine or SBU or whatever. That's not outside the realm of possibility whatsoever. And they're just trying to run damage control, and they released him. Possible. It is possible. And there's also, like, the evidence as well that Ukraine was banning everybody from reporting any war, and they still are. They are not allowed to report war coverage. Like, anything that was destroyed due to war, they're not allowed to film it and broadcast it. They're putting the kibosh on any communications to the outside world. The Ukrainians are. Like, absolutely, you cannot post anything about it. You can't type Z. You can't type anything at all. Like, you cannot be critical whatsoever. They've passed more laws now that you cannot be critical of Zelensky. So there's a lot of evidence going both ways that it could be one or the other. And I guess that's part of the mystique of looking into this. We can't just follow people and take their words for it. I appreciate that point that people were making. The man could have said way more about an alleged several-day detention from the SBU. I don't know for sure about that, Twitwit. He said that part of being released would be, like, it was a gag order. Like, he can't talk about details of his arrest. And I don't think that is that hard to believe. I don't think that it is at all. Because if in an ongoing investigation, right? Anything can be used against you, right? So I don't think that necessarily disproves it, or is like a point to disprove it. I think it's most likely part of a long-term grift. Yeah, it's possible. It is possible. Ukraine is a pretty hostile environment to create drama for subs. There's that to think about as well. Like, does the benefits outweigh the risk to do this? I don't know. And then there is his, I guess, like, he was kind of chilling with Ethan Ralph and stuff like that. And in my opinion, like, these, like, Mr. Medicare and Ethan Ralph, a lot of these guys appeared around the same time, 2015, 2014, that, like, there seemed to be an effort to create drama on YouTube. And then that was what led us to the beginning of censorship on YouTube and things like that. And they're still around on these places, a lot of them. I don't know if Ethan Ralph is anymore. But I do wonder about the veracity of these people gaining notoriety in anywhere, to be honest with you, because Ethan Ralph has nothing to offer anybody. But he did actually know Coach Red Pill. There's like pictures with him. I'm pretty sure he's in the gun photo. Is it actually him in the gun photo? I'm not 100% sure. What if can I look up Ethan Ralph Gunt and get any hits? Like, yeah, isn't this him? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just someone that looks like him, but I think that's the hat that's in the Duran photo, right? So brace yourselves if you haven't seen this picture before, but this is Ethan Ralph, one of the drama YouTubers, or he's no longer on YouTube, I don't think. But okay, you ready for this? Brace yourself. Brace yourself. Here's the Gunt. So anyways, this guy is known for his Gunt now because of this. All right, okay, it's enough of seeing that. That takes a part of your soul every time you see it. And I'm pretty sure this is him. It's not just someone that looks like him. And I mean, again, this is all circumstantial. It doesn't really mean anything. But, yeah. He is in with these guys. And I think that there was, like, a bigger part to play. Like, these Ethan Ralphs and stuff. I think they glow. I don't know if he glows, but I'm saying that Ethan Ralph glows. And he was like a great straw man to start up censorship. These people starting like online wars with each other and stuff. It's Mike. Mike Cirillo. Big Mike. Hi guys, I'm reporting from Ukraine. If it would be a psyop, you can bet there would be things happening to strengthen a bond, to instill trust by certain circumstances. And this certainly would, wouldn't it? Right? And I mean, you saw, like, we can go back to the Duran. Just take a look at this. Like, when people see him. And, like, I myself, too, I was, like, very happy to see him alive. And I still am happy to see him alive. I don't want to see him dead. But if you go through,
Gonzalo,
like,
I think...
just look at this.
I'm back online, and I'm here with Alex Christoforou, and I just want to say that I'm fine physically. I'm a little rattled. I was...
People are super, super happy. Just real quick, because I just want to keep talking through this, but look, a lot of people, some people, how can I know it's not fake, but his reappearance is fake? Like, he was messaging, he does, like, in the live stream, he does address somebody that's in the chat. That's somewhat proof that he is around, but yeah, like, everybody is like, you know, freaking out happy, and like, I was too. And I still am. I don't want to see any harm happen to this guy. But this certainly builds trust, doesn't it? Like, it builds a... I don't know if allegiance is too strong of a word, but people are not asking questions, I guess. They're just very happy to see him, and we're kind of running off our emotions, aren't we? Something to point out. I've spoke to CRP personally in the past, and he's a trustworthy guy. Yeah, and again, I'm not sure what to think. Like, I don't think that this is necessarily a grift. I'm just saying that it's not, the stuff that we've seen here points toward that is not outside the realm of possibility in his personality. That's all. I appreciate that you guys are keeping it civil in chat, because I know that this is kind of a contentious issue. I know there's a lot of people that found me from CRP. And again, I really appreciate the stuff he's done. Like, listen, there's a few things here that I think is like golden material. Stuff that he's made. It's not just like pundit. Like him busting this here, like the James Vasquez and all, like this. He's the one that, well, one of them that was pointing out how this was certainly like a movie set. Right, and a lot of the stuff that he goes into as well, like hyperinflation, I think he's right about that. This one on Victoria Nuland is must-watch, even though it's 2 hours. It explains very well what's going on in Ukraine with Victoria Nuland. I really appreciate that. Not sure about the false flag will happen in Kiev. I think the false flags have already happened, and it was more like a bunch of them at once. It was a cycle of them to really throw people off. I like how he was... ripping in a Niall Ferguson. I do appreciate that one. There's a lot of stuff here that's great. The Zelensky, Hunter Biden, their sugar daddy, exposing this. I think this is legit stuff. I don't think that they would want him exposing it. So there's a lot of stuff to go either way. Okay? And I think that you can't just write this guy off. What do you guys think of chat? Let's see. He probably decided to leave Kharkov the day he was supposedly arrested. There's that too. He could have, because there is certainly a change of scenery since he got back, like that video there. Like that doesn't seem to be where he was staying before. Never let a crisis go to waste. Possible, yeah. Then people started talking, oh my gosh, Gonzo captured, and he just waited it out. And yeah, I was looking at like the search hits for him. Apparently the searching peaked at October 20th. And then as it started to die down is when he came back. So from a marketing standpoint, he did kind of the right thing. Theoretically. Twitwit says, his word for what, Abidan? The only statement he has made is that he was detained on Friday afternoon, full stop. The rest of the story was invented by the listeners. Listen to what he said. He was detained by them. He had his phones taken from him. And he said had documentation that he gave to Duran. Or that he showed to Duran but doesn't show us because he cannot talk about the details of his arrest as per his release because he's still being investigated. I think that's most of what he said. The rest was, he was in the Duran interviews and other stuff. Richard Medhurst, he did a live stream as well. He just basically talked about the politics of the matter, or of Ukraine and what's going on in the war. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. We have very little details from him. And I suppose one should have more information before coming to a conclusion on whether or not this was real. I mean, are we really just going to take the word of Brian Stelter with a wig? Because that's basically the only other ones that have it. We have the Azov battalion dude, Botsman UA, that was on Twitter, and now his Twitter is gone. Right. Sure, it is all strange, but the truth about Lira will surely come out at some point. Yeah, and then there's that as well. Like what was just mentioned there. Who just said that? I think it was Metalhead Viking. Sorry, it just got scrolled on me. I think we need more time before we come to, because I mean, if he's being investigated, then one has to understand why you can't talk about this stuff, right? It could be used against you in court. But I find it very, very interesting how he's had no evidence of being hit or like anything like that. He seems like he's kind of rejuvenated, to be honest. Did you hear? If you've heard his live stream on the Duran, it was about a 2-hour one. Like he was super energized. Now it could be elation from getting out, I guess. But like he's got, like he even mentioned it, one of the Alexes, he was like, for someone who's just got out of jail, like you have crazy energy. Let's see. Sure, it's all strange. Okay. He said that there's an official police report about his imprisonment. Hopefully we'll eventually get access to it. Yeah, I think that would be important to see. And I don't see why he wouldn't be able to show that. Right? Why wouldn't he be able to show that? And you think if he was around for like 7 days, he would have been subject to a lot of interrogation, which really wears you down. Like, have you ever... what was that movie that came out? It was about the DDR, living in the DDR. Oh, dang it. It would take me too long to find it right now. But like the interrogation basically is like they drag you into a room and they'll deprive you of sleep just to get more information out of you. You know what I mean? And they'll really tear you down so that you will just say whatever so that you can get out of that situation. Like that, he certainly doesn't seem like he's undergone any of that. Doesn't prove anything, but something to bear in mind. Twitwit, weren't you around Jeff C's stream? Yes, he was. Yes, she was. And I will say it one more time. Twitwit has no problems disagreeing with somebody, and I appreciate that. And Jeff C did not. Jeff C did not appreciate Twitwit disagreeing with him on things. He got banned, Chauncey says. Very, again, possible. I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility. This man did not say when he was released. You think that because he said he was detained on Friday and reappeared 7 days later that he was detained all 7 days? Fair enough. Fair enough. He could have taken some extra time. Maybe. What I don't understand is how the F did he just hand over login, password, and change them? Requires mail and phone in some cases without getting hit not once. Yeah. Because that's like, it's in... I mean, he's apparently rich, but it's also like a big goal for him. It's a mountaintop for him, is to build those channels and stuff like that. Like, I'm sure he would be very attached to it. I would have thought that he would have put up some resistance to saying, why do you need that? And then at that point, he would get hit for it. Maybe they're just very worried at this point. Maybe they're very worried that these people or that many people on the internet and otherwise are catching on to just how brutal this regime is. And they can't take another PR hit. Like, remember, like, all of these false flags that you saw, like Bucha and Kramatorsk and all of these places, like, you have to remember what these false flags were doing. They were to cover up and to cycle out all of the stuff, like the kneecappings that you saw, disappearances of people, things like that. They had to do this for a PR stunt to hit Russia back because their own PR was down the toilet for a lot of people that weren't in the mainstream media. And it was getting out. Like, there was a lot of people talking about it. They had to start doing something to defend that public relation. So maybe they were paranoid of not doing anything, theoretically, if he was taken in. He has been in Ukraine for years, though. Yeah, an interesting country to go to, eh? Did he marry his wife in Ukraine, or like did he meet her somewhere else? Anybody know anything about that? Mikhail Z said he didn't provide a single bruise. This is all BS. He is milking the cow a bit more and will show up. And again, I can't verify this, but this is just what's being said here. He's milking the cow a bit more and will show up when people quit talking about Coach can't talk. They're going to kill him. Please, senpai, give us a sign. Yeah. Possible. Time will tell on that. Time will tell on that. Whatever you believe in, whichever internet personality you want, says Twitwit. And that's the thing. That's the thing. We need to be careful about just not believing people. We need to look at facts. We need to be able to separate the facts from personality. I think this is the most important thing that I appreciate that you've brought up, Twitwit, along with others as well. We can't just take people's words for it, no matter how much we like them, no matter how much we appreciate their work in the past, which I do on both counts with Coach Red Pill. I appreciate people bringing me back to earth, that we do have to look at the facts. Once all this quiets down again, he's going to show up live saying, F it, I can't take this anymore, I'm speaking up. Okay, prediction noted. Prediction noted. To keep up the heroic image the new friends have conjured up. And there is a bit of a heroic image with him, yeah. I do see that. Metalhead Viking says, Ethan Ralph is a great debate moderator. That seems to be his thing. Bloodsport's really big on BitChute right now. Yeah. This drama thing is... He is charismatic to an extent. Ethan Ralph is pretty charismatic, and he can be a pretty good debate moderator, I suppose, yeah. But there is something off with all of this to create these blood sports, yeah. It seems contrived to me. That's all. Miss Kitty says, thanks for the warning. Unsub for unsolicited gun pics. Avidan, CRP has addressed it in the past, saying he thought himself that Ethan was a Fed. Yeah, I'm not sold that he isn't. That's for sure. There's something about this whole drama that came up in flood. It came out of nowhere. Like, same thing with H3H3. He was part of it as well. Same in the same kind of group, just on a different part of the political spectrum, right? There's something about this whole group of people, and they just want it to start drama like crazy. Maybe it's the natural human order. We devolve into chaos when unmoderated or something like that. I don't know. But there is something up with it. Let's see. Coach is in control, in my opinion. He's just an opportunist. Coach was among the first ones who came out saying it, that that Ethan was the Fed. He almost cried later in the show. Yes, I did hear that. I heard, like, when he was talking about the people that were supporting him. Not necessarily proof that, like, this is the real deal or whatever, but he certainly had real emotion there, or it certainly seemed like real emotion, indeed. I agree with that, S90. S90, hit me up on Discord. I'll print what I said to Avidan. Yeah, and you can just join each other in Discord if you like, want to get on that one. On the Duran's defense, they hardly knew about Lira before the Ukraine crisis began. Yep. Good to point out. There was nothing linking them together or whatever up until that point. Such happenings short circuit your critical thinking, blind trust, because he is the victim. Most people can't blame the victim. Yes. And remember that, the powers that be, or that shouldn't be, whatever you want to call it, they know psychology very well. And theoretically, they could be using this to their advantage. Or so could he. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Such happenings short circuit. Oh, I already said that. My bad. I have a friend in Ukraine, and she said Russian soldiers are checking phones, and political interrogations plus psychological evaluations are not abnormal under martial law. Yep. Good point. Thanks for that, Celtic Knot. P Mendez 99 says, I think everyone expects healthy skepticism and adult discussion in your channel. Oh, that's cool. I like to be known for that. And I do appreciate that you guys are you're keeping your wits about you. I think this is an important discussion, and it's one that could get heated. I'm not looking to offend anybody. I'm not looking to trash anybody, but we do have to look at it. Whomever says he is a trustworthy guy, he is one-on-one. If it's unrelated to him, he is a cool dude. I've spoken to him on Patreon many times. Yeah, and like a lot of this, again, like a lot of his streams, like are very valuable, and you're not going to get this from MSM. I don't think it's something that any glowy would want you to talk about, right? Victoria Newland is one that really, really makes me wonder. There was another great one too. Why the Western elites are foolish and immoral. I thought this was a really good one as well. And it explains the mentality of like how these people have spent their whole lives jumping through hoops to get the best SAT scores and the best position. They do community service so that it looks good so they can get into the best schools and things like that, right? He explains the mentality of how these people are not necessarily evil. It's just that they've been conditioned to jump through any hoop possible in order not to rock the boat and to basically do what they're told. Right? It's not necessarily that they're evil. It's not necessarily that they're stupid. In fact, it's quite the opposite, especially on the stupid front. They're just not geniuses, and they don't necessarily think for themselves. They've given up their free agency in order to succeed. I thought that was a really, really good stream that he did. And exposing Victoria Newland is something that nobody wants on Global Homo side. So just think you can disappear once and for all as this is Twitwit speaking. Just think you can disappear once and for all as this personality because you were smart enough to start off your internet life saying, I only have about a year to live. Okay, there's that point too. He hasn't shown us any like doctor's notes or anything. So, okay. I do caution about being like believe nothing, of course, but like just because we don't have evidence for it doesn't mean it's like evidence against him. I would caution going the other, like both sides on this, you know. Let's see. But he wouldn't back down on a lie like this, especially when it comes to blue-pilled new friend audience. Okay, yeah, I appreciate your comments, Michael Z. It seems like, you know, yours kind of tells like what I'm getting from a lot of people. You know, he's a good guy. He doesn't seem to be a fed or anything like that, but he's admitted himself that, you know, you need to be out for your own selfish interests, and that this wouldn't be beyond the realm of possibility, even if he is a good guy. And when it's talking about things that are unrelated to him, he can be very truthful. I think that's a pretty good synopsis, to be honest. The ones who claim not to are trolling. Hold on. Sorry, I've missed that in context. Some of us come from Pole to begin with. Yep. The only evidence any of his supporters have provided is he's a trustworthy guy. Okay, yeah, and that's a problem. That is a problem if we're just going on what we think about someone's personality. That can be built up for us. Okay? Like, I'll go back to my time with Jeff C. or whatever. The only real evidence that I had that he was real was like just him calling out things that most people wouldn't. And I would often say that if he was an actor, he deserves an Academy Award. And that was really my like basis of trusting him, right? We do learn later, like he was involved with military. Okay, and I tend to think he was real, but I have a lot of doubts to the veracity. Like, he was really adamant on saying that all of the Handy Sook was a hoax. Like, he didn't want to look into any other avenues whatsoever. Like, it couldn't be any other psychological operation but a full-on hoax, that it didn't happen whatsoever. And I don't know if I ever agreed with that, and I'm pretty sure I was vocal on it, but you had to constantly push back against it. And you got to wonder why. Why couldn't he look into other things? He was happy to talk about little hats, but he was living in Montreal and couldn't ever talk about the Vatican's role, when Montreal and Quebec are like a stronghold of the Vatican. Things like this. So like, I think, and like when you question certain things about his veracity, or even came close to that, he would often, his defense would be like, come on, man, you know me. And I don't think we did we? That was the irony of this situation. When he disappeared, people didn't know whether he was gone or not, because they didn't even know his real name. They didn't know what he looked like. They didn't know him at all, actually. But he had a huge following of people that basically believed everything that he said because they trusted him. And it's important that we don't go down that hole again. You can see a lot of the characters of QAnon as well, like General Flynn, even though he was like talking about the 7 rays of the angels, like all this stuff that you could find other cult leaders talking about that has nothing to do with the Bible or even Catholicism, but it's in with Jesuits. Like there was too much trust in Flynn, especially, remember, like, and in my opinion, too much trust in Trump, because everybody was attacking him, right? Everybody was attacking Flynn as well. And then you trust him because they're attacking you, right? And you could say a detention or an alleged detention is also an attack on someone, right? When Gonzo was disappeared, or when he disappeared, we consider an attack. And we need to be careful to separate what's going on here. What happened with blind trust. That's fair. No, I think this is a good point to make. Let's see what we got. Lots of chat. My bad. I'm falling behind. Let's start burning through this. We always gain from hearing people with massive IQs. My IQ feels very small listening to him. Same with Avidan. Dude, I'm just a donkey with a microphone. And I'm sure I've killed off way too many brain cells. I don't know how high my IQ is at this point. I've had it tested when I was a kid, but it changes when you're, like, if you don't keep it up, like, you have to learn. It's a quotient based on your age as well, right? So or your progression through your formative years. S90 Avidan, if he's being investigated and this wasn't a publicity stunt, then there would be a paper trail some turbo ot will find. Let's hope turbo ot. Can you not say autist? Is that not allowed on Susan's channel or Susan's page? Parker Rose says, come on guys, the tyranny kind of confirmed it, but we will see. Kind of high profile if the SBU walk him. It's a possibility that he was too high profile for them to do anything against him. Finding Freedom says, do you think Mario Brisson is finally gone forever, or will his narcissism make him come back to YouTube? Just real quick, Vigilant Christian. Have you noticed this? Vigilant Mario. I know that a lot of these people on this channel have not seen me cover this guy. He was one of the first people that I called out for being a scammer. Yeah, we got a Vigilant Christian archive channel that's getting 0 views. And you want my opinion on this? These people are, I think there's a strong possibility that this is actually him. Vigilant Christian repost. Vigilant Christian archive channel. I think that there's a strong possibility that this is him trying to wipe any discussion about him being a scammer. because when he was last going off, and like basically he couldn't do one video without like 10 other people calling him out, right? Between Gary A28 and like myself, there was other people as well, many other people that I just can't get it. There's a bunch of atheists that call him out too, and they always have been. But look at this. Look, it's just everything's re-uploaded. Who had all this stuff? I bet you it was him. And it's on 3 channels and 3 channels alone. It seems to be the same thing over and over and over. So I think that he is trying. See, there we go. And then we have Gary A28 calling him out, exposing him. I think that this is him trying to slide all search results against him, but also trying to keep him like relevant. He wants to come back so bad, guys. He wants to come back so badly. I'm almost sure of it. But I think that the fact that he is a narcissist, the fact that these are getting 0 views, people have all but forgotten about him. Right? Oh. What's his last video? Usually the last video will be like the kind of act as like a vigil for his channel. 920 up, dudes. We'll miss you, Mario. I'm proud of you. Breaks over. Like, you know, the pervert, half of them, right? Like half of these things. And that's not wrong either. There's just no demand for him anymore. Like, you know, 10 in, and like Mario's mental issues, like he's never going to have what he had before. And I don't think that a narcissist can deal with that. Remember, we're like this climbing the mountaintop thing. They always want to be surpassing themselves. The fact that he would have to reclimb that again, like he just can't handle it. He can't handle it. Sorry, it went off the wall again there. Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to see him. He provided no evidence. All you have to go by is his word wit alone, a known liar who doesn't give an F about screwing others over for benefit. Yeah, when you put this together, you at the very least, you have to say, we need more evidence to know that this is true. You know, I think that I don't think that that's unfair to say. I caution about coming to a hasty conclusion on this, but I don't think it's unfair to ask for more, something that really proves it. Like just coming back and basically pretending like nothing happened, you know. And I appreciate that he's like, you know, that he's been calling these people out. And I appreciate that he also like he shared one of my videos, the CIA in Ukraine. I appreciate all of this, and I'm not trying to trash the guy. It's just that I can understand why people are skeptical, for sure. Let's see. Not me. Don't freak me out, Susan. No Shoah. Susan, no PC on Shabbat. Man, most of the ones these are not practicing people. A lot of them are not practicing little hats. They're more atheists than anything. Helmet her through her parents. She was around 20. He met. Did I just say helmet? What the heck? He met her through her parents. This is responding to him meeting his wife. She was around 20. He around 40. He suggested this method for us younger dudes. Whoa. You want to get the parents to find a young woman and arrange the marriage with her? Wee, really? I missed that gun pick. The location of their wedding, I don't know, but she is half Ukrainian, half Russian. Okay, thank you. I like CRP, and I know him from a streamer called Wild Smile, not Ethan Ralph. Okay. I'd like to trade places. I'd love to unsee that. Yeah, sorry. I should have given up more of a warning. Bullshitters survive on the benefit of the doubt, but truth always outs in the end. I'm undecided about Gonzalo, but watching closely. Yep, totally fair. And I'm kind of in the same boat with you. I really don't know. LOL. If he cries, he must be telling the truth. Yeah, see, that's... Yeah, I'm not saying that. I didn't say that, Twit. Jeez, you're on the skeptic side today, aren't you? You woke up on the skeptic side of the bed. Not necessarily the worst side of the bed to wake up on, though. Brian Stelter and Nazi Pitcher were distractions of CIA and SBU. Maybe. It does. That definitely feels like some sort of psyop that she was like one ray of the rainbow. Yeah. The discussion is a sign of a healthy mindset, one that is after finding truth, or that is one that is after finding truth. Yeah, I think that this discussion needs to be had as well. I don't think that we should just fear it, and I don't think we should just ignore those that are questioning it. Coach is a good dude, Chauncey. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, no, I don't. I think. Well, let's put it this way: no, is anybody truly a good person? Like, no one's trying to say. Like, I'm not trying to say that Coach is a bad person. I'm like, we are all human and capable of great good and great evil at the same time, right? He could be telling the truth and also, admitted by his own admittance, like, does a lot of this for selfish reasons, right? That's, the two can be true at the same time. So we have to look at, on which side is this happening, right? I can't speak for Ukraine, but I can speak for his character. Yep. No. And again, not trying to trash him. Don't take this a personal bashing of him or anything. Him faking a disappearance to blast through the censorship when he has only 12 months to live doesn't automatically translate into him being bad. I can agree with that. Twitwit decides to be a little more dismissive of it, but I can agree with this. Yet people just have to make that claim as if he betrayed them. Yeah, I don't know. I do hope that this was real. Thanks, Avidan in chat. It's late. I'm up first thing, so I got to crash out. Hey, no worries, man. Good to see you, Mahatma Malevolence. I don't know how to say Mahatma Malevolence. Oh, okay, I get Mahatma Malevolence. I gotcha. Happy free content. Well, they are all individuals, and some are brilliant, some stupid, but most are heartless. Speaking of people, I'm not sure exactly who we're speaking of. Happy free content. Good to see you. I know that you are a fan of CRP. I'm glad to see you still kicking around. I'm not looking to offend anybody by this conversation, but it's one that we have to have. Mikhail Z says, Coach isn't this cult leader some people have forced him to become almost. He's just a guy making videos. Yep. And we also got to look at the fact people are starving for truth, and they'll latch on to somebody, right? And they could make a cult out of somebody without him trying to make it. Yeah, that's a good point. We have to look at the demand as well, not just the one supplying. All I'm saying is we're wasting time with this Coach disappearance BS. Hence why I'm trying to uncover the truth about it so that people quit blowing their emotional capital in the matter. Good call, or on the matter. Yeah. Twitwit says, sorry, Avidan, I've been on YouTube far too long to not recognize the progression of internet grifting. Yeah, it's gotten more and more complex, hasn't it? And remember, too, like, I went back to being kind of blue-pilled. Like, I got sick of the conspiracy realm because I started looking at, like, some of the people that were, in it and leading it, and I didn't like what I saw. And I went back to, like, this kind of conservative mindset, and I fell down the path of, like, a lot of MAGA stuff, So I was kind of, like, caught up by the conservative side of the grift for a few years before I started realizing, oh, no, I was right before. There is a conspiracy. There is a psyop, and there's too many narcissists out there to not take advantage. Yeah, so I'm a little bit behind on this stuff, with the exception of a few people like Mario and things like that. The internet grift has definitely gotten more and more complex over time, hasn't it? Coach is just a slippery Greek from Chile. Is he Greek? Does he have a Greek? I didn't know he was Greek. No question, CRP is a master manipulator. This is Parker Rowe speaking. But man, he can tell a tale and keep you very interested in the story. The Vicky Newland story, for example, definitely one of the best 2 hours that I've watched on YouTube for a long time. It was great. Were it any other guy, given all the evidence of his real personality, his motives, which tripled given he has a fixed time frame left to live, none would bat an eye at this. Yep. How many grifts have been done? Nobody asks any questions. Yeah. Twitwit says Jeff C was 50% moron. Yeah, he was. Listen, a really good presenter. He was able to. He taught me a lot, in a lot of ways. Like, to be able to have a lot of topics going on, to be able to meander in certain topics and then stay on point. He could do a show for hours and hours and hours, just him speaking, and no problem. And like, he rarely spoke with the chat. Like, you guys kind of fuel me to keep going on longer sessions, right? He can just do his own thing and just keep dropping red pills and stuff like that. But on the other hand, he was, in my opinion, like, pure narcissist, right? Like, I had enough ability to interact with him to kind of see for myself how he could not tolerate any criticism or questioning or anything like that. So he was easily controlled. He was easily pushed to certain ways. If he did read the comments and stuff like that, he would be pushed. And anybody with any psychology degree in a glow up, this is arguing that he was the real deal. They could push him however they wanted. They had, the OSS and intelligence agencies have admitted to being able to do this with Hitler. So that was friggin' 70 years ago, whatever, 80 years ago at this point. So why couldn't they do it 80 years later with FC? That was what his issue was. This is why I couldn't follow him anymore. Coach is awesome in that regard. Sorry. Brian Seltzer in a wig is more trustworthy than Coach. No, that's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying at all. We can't just take her word for it. Or his, whatever. I don't care. What is the weirdest conspiracy theory that you have heard about? What or who is hiding at Azovstal? It was probably the biolabs in Azovstal. I don't think that's possible whatsoever. Or it would just be too costly to do. Someone was trying to say biolabs were in there. Have you seen like some of the... I can't show the memes here, but like the Azovstal pit. Throw people in the pit. And that became pushed pretty hard on 4chan. So if you've been on Poll, you've probably seen the pit get larger and larger with all different kinds of stuff. And I got a feeling that was counterintelligence that's propagating that. I think what's going on is that they have NATO officers, NATO generals there maybe, and probably some other things like weapons that they said that they shouldn't have or that they didn't have, they got rid of, but they still have, things like that. There's no doubt a treasure trove of bad press for these guys there. So they needed to make up a whole bunch of lies that are more unbelievable or more crazy, more outlandish in order to soften the blow for whatever is in there, for when whatever is in there actually comes out. The sub kills people coach getting banned is so plausible. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is still plausible. I still completely agree that it is plausible. Yes. Coach had said torture room and NATO general. No idea personally. There's definitely the chance of a torture room. We've already seen it with the 8R battalion in just outside of Lugansk. They've shown that already. We can find that. We can see that ourselves. And then you also have like global homo sources talking about how they've used torture chambers before. Just imagine what they would have in a place where they're holed up in this place. They can't get out. No one's breaking them out. If they didn't buy the hopium, they know it, right? They would be willing to do whatever to extract information from people. There's no reason to believe that there isn't a torture chamber or many torture chambers in Azovstal. There's no reason to think otherwise. NATO general, biolab, torture chamber, nuke silo. Yeah, the biolab, dude. That one, I don't think so. I don't that would take an incredible amount of money to be able to purify anywhere around a steel plant that makes a lot of. It's a very dirty, dusty area, and it would certainly not be the best place. Would not be the best place to have a biolab. I don't necessarily believe that would be there. Nuke silo, I don't know about that. The weirdest one by far should be alien bodies from the Soviet era that Russia wants to retrieve. Was that one? I never said he wasn't a grifter or scammer, but I do believe he got arrested. Possible. Yep. Check and see if Gonzo attended any Jesuit preparatory school. Well, he went to Dartmouth, which is Catholic, isn't it? Dartmouth University. All right, so Dartmouth University, New Hampshire. I highly doubt it would be Catholic then, wouldn't it? The university has affiliations with Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center. Dartmouth's home is to the Rockefeller Center for Public Policy and Social Sciences. The Hood Museum of Art. Hopkins Center for the Arts. Eleazar Wheelock is certainly not a Catholic name. Presbyterian, although there is the argument to be had that Presbyterian was taken over by Jesuits. If you look into like John Knox and those people, you have, very strong Scottish. The Scottish Rite came over from France because of the old alliance between the two. That has its Jesuit ties as well. And then you start looking into Presbyterians started to go very Calvinist. And the tulip is very occultic, in my opinion. It basically writes off free will in people. Yeah, not too many hits here, but yeah, I wonder where he went to preparatory school. Might be something to look into. Maybe. Okay. How far am I from the bottom here? Good to see you, Chris Jones. Let's see. Well, I'm way behind again. Dang it. Wasn't Avestal plant before USSR collapsed? Yes, it was. Russia must be aware of what's down there. Yeah, but they could repurpose stuff, right? It was what's down there is like bunkers to help, like a bunker for any nuclear attacks is what they build there. Just like a lot of their residential places as well. My wife is a cardiologist, and I asked her about it. She couldn't figure out any inoperable heart problem like that. Now, that's an interesting thing to point out. Elex, welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench so you can go there. Even Mark Dice called VC out. If I remember correctly, VC, but this was a while ago. Who's VC? Vigilant Christian, yeah. But the Vigilant Christian has thousands of people who say he's a trustworthy guy. Yeah. It's a good point. Because people will just follow personalities, right? Wilshire Boulevard is the book scam coach had. Yes, I heard about this. Hold on. Someone typed this out to me as well. Okay. He had written this book, Wilshire Boulevard, well, actually only a chapter of it, and started shilling it online to his audience. $20 a pop, promised it to be done within a certain time frame. With about a year and a half later, there was still no book, and people really started asking questions. That's when he in a webinar came out and told us that apparently my publisher and I had signed a contract many years ago, and they want another book from me, so I have to give it to them. There's no book by that name yet to this date, but people paid for it, and I'm so sorry, guys. He said, I'm so sorry, guys, but I've rewritten sections of it and sent it to them in ebook format. So that he gave, so he gave what he believed to be or what he made them to believe to be his book to them. Ooh, okay. They apparently received a very short novel in the end, and people didn't discuss it anymore because they quite frankly didn't care and all knew he never finished the book to begin with. Yeah, that's sketchy. Yeah, that is sketchy. Let's see. I support Code Rich Pill because my Coach coin stock is through the roof. Okay, is there a Coach coin? Is there really a Coach coin? Sold it after writing one chapter. Showed up 1 year later with a bullshit story. Okay, yeah, you already just said it. Yeah, my bad. We all knew the real story. Coach is admittedly lazy, and that's the thing. We all knew that. He didn't try to hide it. YouTuber Godwinson did a great CRP impression. Too bad he left YouTube. The pork chops. I've never got into it. Coach did nothing wrong. Fight me IRL. Yeah, I know Corn Pop was a bad dude. He was picked up, and thanks to all who put the call out, he's let off. No, I agree with you. I really don't have a problem with him doing this since he only has limited time to live. Coach Coin is real if you believe. Not Next says, Avidan, okay, you're not being rational at all. No need to waste energy here. Really? I think I'm looking at all angles here. I don't know what's so rational about it. What bothers me if just that people blindly choose to believe. Yes, this is nothing different from the scandemic and the government tyranny. Fair, yeah. Where's Avi not being irrational? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Thanks. Satan is Rael from Sharif Badawi. Yeah, well. Chauncey Fatsack, Western media refused to cover his disappearance. That is something to point out, I suppose. He did they're going to not do that. They're going to anything that makes Ukraine look bad is going to be ignored. We see that the whole time. I mean, have you seen this whole thing? I mean, we're going to get into this now in a moment. We'll come off this now in a moment after I get through the rest of this chat. But Mariupol's been taken. Okay, there's very little left at Azovstal. It's just, maybe 1.5 K people or soldiers still there. They left, I think, like 5,000 soldiers, and they've pulled the rest out now to focus on the battle of the Donbass. Okay, and all you get on our news right now is Putin calls off the attack on Azovstal. Like, Putin's weak. Like, which he did in a way, right? Like, he didn't storm it because he doesn't want to waste unnecessary lives on a war or a battle that's already been won. He's going to starve these people out, right? And then the only other thing that they mentioned then is like, there's like 1,000 civilians down there and they're starving and can't get out. It's like, well, whose fault is that? They've opened up the humanitarian corridors and Ukraine won't let them through. At the same time, mainstream media, I was just listening to CBC on this, and they were saying how no one has surrendered. So it's like, which is it? Which is it? Like, has Russia lost? No one surrendered, but Russia's keeping all of these civilians in. Yeah, okay. Yeah, my bad. A guy on YouTube and Patreon really cares about me and not violating my trust and emotions. Being sarcastic, that good old Twitwit. He did magically appear inside the Premier Palace Hotel exactly when the war kicked off, under the guise of secret business negotiations, just before the war correspondence system piggies came. Yep, there is that. Good timing. Good timing. He had business that he can't talk about, brings him there. Not proof of anything, but interesting how he was at the right place at the right time to call out the system piggies. If CRP is Jesuit, I'd still forgive him. He does call out the little hats, but as a Catholic doesn't know anything about Vatican. He never mentions anything about the Vatican. That's interesting, huh? And I've seen him like brush off the World Economic Forum conspiracy as like nonsense. So yeah. Interesting to point out. Zionist Kabbalistic satanic filth have taken Israel, don't be a fool. On point. How many bloggers got disappeared by the SBU? There was one in Kherson. We've been talking about that as well. And then there's other journalists as well that have been disappeared in Ukraine. The Gonzalo Lira list, there's many of them. I did a quick scan on them already, and yeah, it checks out. What branch of the military did Jeff C. serve in? I believe it was Army. Canadian Army. Join the Illuminati. And also look into Montreal. There's the MK Ultra basically started there under Ewan Cameron at McGill University. Now, his brother worked at Concordia University, which is the other university there. It's not McGill. These are little tidbits to go into. But yeah, he did serve in the military. He's admitted that a few times. Balfour doesn't decide what is biblical. Join the Illuminati. Someone passed down a link there. I just got to get through the rest of this chat and get into the next thing. Jeff C. lost me when he started siding with Dabu 7. Yeah, I don't trust Dabu 7 at all. Jeff C. also, I will tell you this, he also talked smack about Dabu 7. Right? He was jealous. So these just... Listen, I don't know if you know if he's a narcissist or not. I've seen enough of him to be pretty confident in this. He was jealous of Dabu getting tons of hits back in the day. I don't know how successful Dabu is now, but he was certainly successful before. Okay? And Jeff C. was always jealous of people that had more subs than him and more views than him. Okay? So with these people, it's the same thing with Vigilant Christian and stuff like that. These people will... on one end, hate these people, but on the other hand, they will see the comparing values of them and try and leech off of it, right? So that he doesn't necessarily he didn't respect Dabu 7. He just wanted to get his viewership. So just bear that in mind. Happy Free Content says, in the V. Newland video, Gonzo called out the Zionists, and in doing so, I felt he put himself out, or put himself as a target. That's a dangerous thing to do. With this, he won credibility with me. Careful of people that just... I'm not saying Gonzo is one of them, but yeah, he does go through a good point in this. Newland is a little hat. Newland is a Zionist, right? Pyatt, I believe, is also a Zionist. Right, there's many of these ones. These Zionist folks are in with these neocons and things like that. Yeah, definitely important to point out. But just be careful. Calling out the little hats is not necessarily proof of credibility. Just be careful of that. Okay, people. It's well known in the alternative news or whatever that little hats are involved, right? And people are starved from talking about it, and it causes anybody that mentions them to gain credibility in people's eyes, okay? There's more to it. There's more to it than that. Just be careful. Don't believe anybody, or don't believe everybody that calls them out, because often they're missing the bigger, like a lot more of the picture. Where's the Vatican involvement in this kind of stuff? And just, if you want to see the difference, make a thread on Poll talking about the Jews, which I don't, again, I never dismiss, but then try and make one on the Jesuits or Vatican involvement. It's not just Jesuits, but Vatican, and see what happens. They shut it down pretty quick there. Okay, so don't let that be your gauge. Doesn't mean that that people that talk about it are not legit. but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are either. But he doesn't just say it's Zaju, right? Like he does. That's what I like about that Newland video. Like he gets into the mentality of it that makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that. Yeah, that was it. It wasn't just some, blame the happy merchant cliche nonsense that you see out there. He gets into something that is quite credible. I agree with you there. Chauncey Fatsack, the only thing I know for sure is CRP does less coke than Zelensky. HFC, I guess that's halfway to naming the nose. Better than nothing. HWPC, welcome to the channel. So the Gonzalo abduction by the Fs or SBU, is there any evidence for this claim? Other than hearsay, I guess we don't have anything, do we? We don't have the documentation. I would like to see documentation. Yeah, indeed. Unpopular opinion, but I believe the chemtrail theory that Boeing and Airbus aircraft are spraying barium is a disinformation psyop created by agents claiming to be former military. I think part of it is, yeah. I think they probably post, because they have talked about geoengineering before, like at least on the theoretical end, right? But I think in order to sell that to the public, right, they need to come out with something even crazier so that people will accept the less crazy version. Dystopian Deep Dives, oh yay, live. I missed I'll get back to you on Discord, by the way. I know you sent me a message. And yes, I will certainly be interested next week to do a live stream with you, or whatever it is that I don't know if it's live stream, but a podcast or whatever. I'll totally do one. Twitwit, none that the internet has been privy to HBC. Yeah, I agree. We don't have any proof. We have to just take Gonzalo's word for it, and Brian Stelter with a wig. So I have to believe Gonzalo because he's telling the truth about Ukrainian Nazis. Yeah, again, this is good points. Good points. We can't just take people's words for it. This is what gets us in trouble on the internet. It's just trusting personalities. Let's see. I'll leave that conversation because I think you guys have, more or less made your point. I personally have bid and purchased the busted condom used during coaches and Okay, yeah, I can't read out the rest of that. That was bad. Spicy. Join Illuminati is like join Nazis. Maybe, I guess. Airplane contrails are a result of H2O being emitted as a byproduct of oxygen and kerosene being combusted in the engine and released into a moisture-rich, cold upper atmosphere. Yes, yeah. Kek, why don't you demand some actual evidence for this, like some paperwork? Yeah. Again, I'm with you there. I'm with you. I don't know if you're asking me that specifically or just doing it in the chat, HWPC. But yeah, no, I think people should have more information to believe it. I get you. I'm with you on that. Seemed like if he had something sketchy or if they had something sketchy at Azovstal, it would be wired to blow to cover it up. What if they're trapped in there, though? Could they get away with that? Do you think they could pull that off if they're all trapped in there? And does it necessarily have to be something sketchy, or the fact that we have like maybe some high-ranking NATO people, or Americans, Canadians? I bet you there's a ton of Canadians down there. We seem to be plenty Leafs involved in this Ukraine scandal. Azovstal, okay, yeah. Celtic Knot is saying hidden NATO generals and important military officers. Narrative is merely just that as a narrative to justify the means to a NATO invasion, only if required later. Yeah. And he's under investigation and can't talk about it. Provided that it's true, I don't see why that wouldn't be plausible. But it is convenient, I suppose, if it's not true. It's sad to say Trump was too obviously a J psyop. I was upset to see people fall for it. Yeah. Well, he said the things that people wanted to hear, right? And we go back to, this could be the same case happening right now. They're saying the things that people wanted to hear. QAnon did very much the same thing. It was saying the things that people wanted to hear, things that people were starved from hearing. And the PSYOP could be you save those things for the controlled opposition that you want to put in. Yeah. Not Catholic, not even a little bit. Dartmouth is 45 minutes for me. Yes, yeah, sorry. We did establish that, my bad. I don't know why I thought that, to be honest. Okay. Here we go. Nearly lost my place. Also, Coach has been living in Ukraine for a long, long time, while the genocide in Russian-speaking people in the Donbass has been going on for 8 years. I never heard Coach Red Pill talk about it. I guess his reason for that given was that he didn't want to speak ill of a country that he was a guest in, right? Coach is Catholically baptized, but not a believer. That sounds like many Jesuits, so not saying that he is one, but yeah. It's a good point. Good point. Zelensky regime takes bodies out of morgues to stage war crimes. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I've seen that. And it's annoying listening to all of these lies come out of them. It doesn't take anything away from the lies that they give. Prep school and not Ivy League college attendance. Well, Dartmouth is Ivy League, right? I don't know about his prep school, though. Anybody know where he went? Majored in philosophy and wrote his thesis on Soviet Russia, hence the hard-on for Russia. Now, would he have done that in Rockefeller Center for Public Policy and the Social Sciences? Did he go to a Rockefeller school? I guess maybe it was the Hopkins for the arts. That'd be interesting if he went to the Rockefeller Center for Public Policy and Social Sciences. He majored in philosophy. Okay, my bad. Family members went to Dartmouth, not Catholic at all. Okay. I do love the tulips out right now, though. Yeah, yeah. I'm talking about theology. Graduated with honors, if that matters. Don't know what you have to do to get that. Tulips are my favorite flower. I like tulips too, actually. I think the colors are very nice. Man, Jesuits are bad, but the satanic, Kabbalistic, Zionist Masons are the real enemy. Well, you should look into the Masons and look into Athanasius Kircher and look in what Helena Blavatsky had to say about it. The Masonry that we see today with all the Kabbalistic symbolism, right, came from Grand Orient Freemasonry. The Scottish Rite came from Grand Orient Freemasonry. And that was out of Claremont College. And that is where all of Athanasius Kircher's work, who was a Jesuit priest, went to. So I'm not sold that Masons are Zionists. I'm far more willing to believe that it comes from Jesuit theology. Why don't you know if Gonzalo is telling the truth? You say that you don't know if Gonzalo's story is true or not. Well, I don't. I mean, I would have to take his word for it, right? Well, the one who claims things should provide the evidence, and Gonzalo chose to and didn't give any evidence to back up his claims. Yep. I'm in agreement there. I think we need more evidence. You should do a stream on Cogliostro. His ties to the Bavarian Illuminati of Hauptstadt, to the Knights of Malta. They were just a front group for the Knights of Malta is amazing. Interesting. Cogliostro. Okay, in my notebook. In my notebook that goes. Thank you, Metalhead Viking. Appreciate it. Jesuits are like the little hats, Zionist Russians. Rapture, flat earth, lies and distractions. Yeah, very much. Yeah, and they work together. There's many of them working together. And they tend to do the same type of psyops. Yet you still seem to believe Gonzalo by default. It's irrational and nonsensical. No, I think I've been pretty clear. Fleckus Talks covered it on his last podcast. I'm glad to see him alive. I don't want him to be dead. So I was very happy to see him dead. And when he was missing for so long, and you have people like Brian Stelter with a wig bragging about it and other ones, sure, I was worried, indeed. I don't want to see him dead. He puts out a lot of great stuff. But no, I don't necessarily 100% believe what's going on here. I appreciate the people that were pointing it out to me, that we don't really have much proof. But you're a little behind, HWPC. Fleckus Talks covered it on his last podcast. Covered what? I haven't seen Fleckus Talks in a while. Their family members, I heard. They're emotionally and personally invested. Yeah, we got to be careful about it. I support the current thing. Zelensky is epic. They're acting like cult members of the personality we know as Coach Red Pill. Who is, though? I haven't seen that here. I've seen very little of that here. If you want to be every second comment just crying about people, what do you want? Do you want us to just like conclude that he is a liar, or that he is lying about this 100%? Is that what you want? You want we must pick a side, HWPC? Get over it. I think we're looking at the body of evidence, and I don't want to make up people's decisions for themselves on this. I want them to be able to see it, because a lot of people also come from Coach Red Pill's channel here, right? And if I were to just say he's a liar and he's a fake and he's a shill and all that stuff, how many people do you think will really believe it if they came from Coach Red Pill right off the hop? You know, sometimes there's a stronger way to convince someone on things, and it's letting them decide for themselves. Let's see. I fully agree with you on that. As an old fake follower of Coach, it bothers me greatly. As Avi said earlier, we can't just pin it on the supplier. We also have to take the demand into account. Come respect Jeff C, y'all. There's much that I can respect about Jeff C. He appreciates the new following. This is McKelzy. He appreciates the new following, sure, but most people are, as said, quite frankly, blue-pilled new friends who latched onto their only source of what's closer to the truth. Good point. We can't just latch on to that. That's the psyop waiting for us often. We've seen that with many different things over the past decade at least. He said he can't talk about it because he's under investigation for something. Okay, sorry. I don't want to cover the same thing over and over and over. Ask from SBU and believe whatever they say. Forget Gonzalo if you don't like him. Can we trust the SBU as well, though? I don't know. You should look at Gonzalo's book, Acrobat, where he fantasized about being a glowy. Okay, good point. Potato Zebra, welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench. Let's see. If lying by omission is a thing, then yeah, I guess he's lying. Possible. Yeah. I feel a lot of people who call out the Jesuits themselves are COINTEL, like Eric John Phelps and Brian Denlinger. Bingo! Bingo! I agree with you on Eric John Phelps. I think Johnny Cerrucci does a good expose of him. So he calls out many things of the Jesuits, but he says that he doesn't mention anything about the Jesuit ties to George Washington. In fact, he says that he's like, basically a god among men, right? And so there's many things that he won't, like he seems to have a lot of good information, this Eric John Phelps guy. And then there's that. And then like he is overtly, there's a few things about him, but one of them is like the overt racism. So like, I think everybody to an extent is like, a little racist, whatever. I don't really care about racism so much. Like, I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world to be a racist. I really don't. But you have to be careful about like someone that is giving you truth, but at the same time spin a whole bunch of like overtly racist stuff. Like, why are they doing it? Why do they need to talk about that stuff when their main point is to expose the Jesuit, like Vatican Assassins does or whatever, right? And I think it's to create a rabbit hole, or not a rabbit hole, a pigeonhole for people that are against the Jesuits must just be some racists. You know what I mean? I think that's what Eric Johns Phelps is about. There's a few other things about him too. I don't really pay enough attention to him, but Johnny Cirillo does actually a really good expose of him. You could find that online. I think you can even still find it on YouTube, even though Johnny Cirillo is no longer on YouTube. He's got his own issues. He's got a bit of an ego, but whatever. We all do, don't we? You kind of have to in order to deal with being online. Let's see. When you mentioned the ACC satanic Kabbalists, that's the real evil enemy of Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, when he was calling people sons of Satan, who was he talking to, I suppose? Let's see. Lots of cults running things, in my opinion. All right. HWPC, this was the non-civility that I was talking about. So I'm going to put you on timeout if you're still talking, because you need to calm yourself. I think we're having a decent conversation. There's no need to denigrate anybody. You're going to have to get over yourself. Alex said there was a video of Lira being taken by the cops. Is there? Why can't that be shown? Why can't that be shown? Michael Z, they support the current thing. When the story becomes she was detained for 7 days and they took her phone and computer. Yeah, there's that. I'm going to take a quick break in a moment to get through the rest of this stuff. How old are Nazi members? I mean, which Nazis? Like the Nazis? Or like spin-offs? Because even like the neo-Nazis, like the 80s and stuff, are kind of getting pretty old too. This is the same kind of logic they used to usher in the scandemic with vax passports. Where is HWPC being a dick for questioning very questionable circumstances? Calling people cults and stuff like that. I put him on timeout because he's there like the cult of this, the cult of that, and you love him, don't you? It's baiting. It's baiting. We need to keep civility if we're going to discuss this. I've seen very little people actually truly follow him. There's no reason to bash anyone. Calm down. I'm going to skip down a little bit. A lot of CRP deniers in chat. Well, that's fine. Let's try not to label people. See, this is what I wanted to avoid, right? Like, let's not just group people up. Let's discuss the points, and up until this point, I think it's done a very good job. After Coach stopped using the cam for his stream, he coincidentally started reading exact talking points from Russian language media that is not intended for Western eyes. That's a decent enough point. Yep. Just means you haven't been listening to any of the points obvious been brought up. You're blindly believing that this new cult leader is saying without even the slightest proof. Not sure to whom you're speaking of. Evidence from a lockdown war zone where you can't even get the truth. Oh, I don't know. I don't think it's beyond reason to ask for some sort of we can't just take the word of anybody. We cannot trust anybody, including myself, right? We need more evidence to believe what he is saying indeed. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Oh, I didn't mean to hide you. I meant to put you on timeout. I'm sorry. My apologies. Okay, Sorry about that. I pressed the wrong button. You're now off being hidden. And now on timeout. But I will ask you when you come back, if you don't wish to be hidden, please do this civilly. Laughing and stuff like that. I want to keep this discussion civil. I know there's a lot of people that like him. I know there's a lot of people that don't trust him, and that's fine. But do not bait the other side into just doing some shit flinging. Let's put it that way. Signing off now. Thanks for doing this. I'm going to work tomorrow. Get some sleep soon. Good to see you, Metalhead Viking. Flat Earth may be a psyop, but NASA is sketchy as fuck. Yeah, the two can be true at the same time. Flat Earth is definitely a psyop, in my opinion. NASA is still sketchy as F and a money laundering organization. I agree. Some legitimate stuff in it, I suppose, but for the money that they have received over the years, it's definitely money laundering to intelligence agencies. For instance, it is only some days Russian language Pravda is calling for the invasion of Poland, as they are also allegedly being held hostage by neo-Nazis. Interesting. Coach Red Pill is the new Himmler. Yeah, not exactly Himmler. The original CRP channel was the ultimate video graphic commentary on the moral state of humanity, but the fact he dumped the whole channel is suspect. That is suspect, yeah. Now, apparently the reasoning he gave was to avoid censorship and stuff like that. If he got rid of that stuff, then maybe there would be less algorithms against him, I think. So, you know. Snakes of Duran, indeed. Avi was talking about that earlier. You missed it, I get. Yeah, there's something a little off. Something a little off. Doesn't mean that I still don't get a lot of good information from there, and I still check them out. But there is something a little sketchy. Little sketchy. You can't trust anybody, okay? Don't trust me. Don't trust anybody else. Take the information and try and verify what you can on your own. That's the best way to go about the internet. Let's put it that way. Yeah, no, these half-wits even read his books. Bah, ha, 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 ha. Yeah, this is why I put you on timeout, dude. Let's see. Today, I saw a truck that had a big blue and yellow stripes painted on the front and rear. No, yeah. The NPCs slapping the old blue and yellow on. I checked their backgrounds, only shallow though. They seem to hold peace in their main intent, that and undermining the European Green movement. Yeah. Looking for dirt doesn't look good on you. You should try and find the backgrounds of people, honestly. Let's see. Sorry, when I scroll down a little bit, it goes down to the very end. It's the stupidest part about YouTube chat. I think I'm almost caught up now, aren't I? Jones, COINTEL, Global Homo, Shield Jones. Yes, I agree. Or no. The Alexes from Duran, I think they were talking about. I told you Gonzalo isn't dead. I said he was probably being kept in some torture chamber. But he doesn't look tortured at all. That's one thing. But yeah, he's not dead. You were correct indeed. You called it. His arrest and release was not in my position, or not in my predictions. Yeah. The release, really, you're like, what? Lira, since re-emerging, has not mentioned mass graves being fake, and previously was doing that multiple times every stream. Yeah, we're gonna have to see. We'll check out his Twitter now in a moment too. Take two, then pass to the left. Just got an ounce in the mail. I'm out, but yeah, let's relax. Yeah, HWPC, let's relax. Calm down. I don't know why You need to call everybody half-wits and stuff like that. I get it. Everyone upset that CRP didn't die. People were pretty calm and hopeful until the Azov guy started tweeting about him. Then people started to think the worst. Yeah. That's right. It's the proper way to go about it. I wrote to Chilean embassy in Melbourne. Although I still think he's dodgy some. Yeah. You know what? It wasn't lost time. Just in case. If he was real, or if it's real, then I bet you this played a big part. The outrage would have played a big part. Lots of people took a week off for Easter. Sorry, man. I'm kind of lifted. No worries. Let's see. Alex smokes dope. The guy from London. Yes. I gotta work on my impression of him because he cracks me up. Christophoru is the one that looks like Spartan, right? But Mercolis, I guess, is the other guy's name. That guy, I gotta work on his on impersonating him because he cracks me up, man. Yes. The current head of NASA, Bill Nelson, went to Yale University. Okay, interesting. Skull and Bones, maybe. NASA's a fraud, but that doesn't automatically legitimize FE. And that's what they always run to, right? When you criticize FC, it's like, oh, so you believe the guys at NASA? I was just like, okay. I've heard Russia wants the whole coast of the Black Sea. Yeah, there's a lot of oil. There's a lot of oil, right? And that would make sense to me. And there's a lot of Russians there too. You would want the oil to be out of the hands of Western allies so that they still need dependence on Russian oil. Not because they have enough oil, right? There's never so much thing as too much oil, but they just don't want it in the hands of Ukrainians and therefore the West. I understand not wanting to confuse the serious topic of Ukraine with his pickup stuff. He didn't want his content to be judged on that. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's a good point. It's not a bad point indeed. No, but I really don't think we've been to the moon. I think we could have gotten the technology for that. But I'd say there's probably missions that we don't know of. Intelligence missions. Or the best time, because you put out a list and said if I ever disappear, add my name to the list, and a lot of people are scrolling the internet on their vacation and come across the story like I did. Okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, it would pick a good time to do so, wouldn't it, Twitwit? Because a lot of people are on vacation more than normal or online. Yeah, that's fair. Or they have extra time to be online. CRP is born again. He is controlled now. It's possible, yeah. Welcome to the channel, Joe Schmo. Have yourself a wrench. Mikhail seems to be a CRP supporter who's singling out people questioning the abduction story. I don't think so. I think he's been a lot more civil than the others. And also, Z is online with me. He's a lot more critical, to be honest, than you may think. Twitwit, if you have Discord, he doesn't want me to show it verbatim or whatever, but yeah, a lot of this information that I've gotten has come from him. So he's not necessarily the supporter you think he is. He's just not. He doesn't want to like bash him. That's all. All right, I need to take a little bit of a break. It's been 2 hours. I'll just be a couple minutes. International Space Station is real. I've seen it fly over my home so many times. I've seen it fly over my home as well. Yeah. Yep. I trust CRP's story before anything the Ukraine regime is saying. Sure, but be careful of duality. dualistic and dialectics, okay? Why do we trust anything without facts? We need to have the facts in order to know for sure what has happened. That's all. And I'm not saying that you should like distrust CRP specifically. I'm not saying that he's less trustworthy than Ukraine. One doesn't have to exclude the other. I think we just need to be careful not to fall into being followers of people, but followers of truth. Much of what he talks about can be verified. Like the great example I'll just keep giving is the Nuland speech, or the Nuland thing. I think that was very well done, that video that he did on Nuland. Okay, and we can take that truth and we can follow it. We can take the video where he exposes James Vasquez, and we can make the verifications for ourselves. But be very careful not to just follow someone and believe everything that they say on everything. Because even if they don't want to use it against you, someone can take that and use that against you. Like intelligence agencies, you would be very surprised how crazy counterintelligence can get when it comes to this stuff. And usually the first step is trusting somebody over instead of facts. Instead of just wanting facts and want proof and stuff like that. Once you start trusting somebody, they can get you, even if they're not on their team. Because it becomes a personality following. Curtis is a disbarred barrister, but I looked into it. It looked on the surface like he self-destructed for no gain. Interesting. For decades, St. Joseph's University graduates who have gone on to become Vanguard crew members have relied on their Jesuit education. Very interesting stuff. Up to you, but then you can't just chime in and say his word is indisputable because his character is at the very least questionable. Okay. I don't think Twit necessarily supports CRP, so I'm confused on that. Moon landing was totally fake, maybe. There's a lot of evidence that they had faked a lot of stuff and covered up the failures of a lot of stuff on both sides. Because both sides of the space race. So I don't think that's necessarily. Yeah, I think that what we saw of the moon landing, what we were given, could have been just something to say, we got there first. The space race was really important to these governments. I'm against Russia and Ukraine and only support the innocent civilian that are dying and suffering. Yep. It's a good way to look at it. Point being, his new audience haven't seen any of his past videos. They think he is an altruistic saint and have conjured up a heroic image of some dude online. That's a really good point. Yeah. How often is Chug updated on reentry.org? I don't know. Russia moon landing was not fake. Yeah, I don't know. I never got enough into this. Let's see. Okay, I think I'm more or less caught up. I'll catch up to the rest of it. But someone made a request while I take just a quick break. And we're going to get into what's been going on in Mariupol. I'll be right back.
It goes for me to find the next song. After this, after that.
pokoju geroj, kого-то наш герой. Девушки гляньте, гляньте на дорогу нашу, вьется дорогая дорога, эх, развеселая дорога. Не играет песня, эх, наша песня удалая. Полюшка широкое, едут по полю герой. Эх, кого-то наш герой. Кого-то наш герой. Девушки, гляньте, гляньте на дорогу нашу, вьется дорогая дорога, эх, развеселая дорога.
That was a pretty fire song indeed. All right. We are back. Welcome back, everybody. And thank you for your... I mean, this was a pretty heated topic, to be honest. And I think it was worth talking about for a couple hours. And we can just move on from there. I think you guys know my stance. I would like to see more evidence on it. I still appreciate a lot of the stuff that he does. A lot of people agree with that as well. A lot of the things that he puts out is really interesting. I'll still be following him. But we should be getting into more stuff, because this becomes a little bit like a drama spin-up too, you know, rather than looking at what's going on in Ukraine and the lies that are coming out of that regime. NASA is a fraud, but that doesn't... Yeah, okay, we got it. So, and I'm glad that you guys were able to participate in this discussion. I do see that it was quite heated. And I really do appreciate the vast majority of people that were civil in this. And I understand if people get heated. I get it. Let's see if I'm missing anything on the chat. Yeah, I think you might have misread Twitwit. In fact, she was one of the most skeptical, honestly. It was her along with yourself and others as well that were certainly skeptical of him. Let's see. Perma deleted my Telegram earlier today. They force you to have the phone app and then even sign in on desktop. Yeah, I know, man. This is why I don't want to join Telegram. There's something really sketchy about it. Yeah. I don't know. Listen, when it comes to Knotneck, I don't mind Knotneck being around. You got to just bear in mind, like, we've all been, to a certain extent, well, not all of us, sorry, I shouldn't speak for everybody, but there has been an extensive campaign to radicalize us all and to not be able to communicate with one another because we're following personalities, we're following emotions, and all that kind of stuff. And what I like to do here is try and bust through that, okay? So we need to stop. We need to stop following people. That's what we got to do. Okay, don't look at me as any... I'm not that smart, guys. Like, I'm not. And I don't know. I think Knotneck has brought forth a lot of good information in the chat as well. I would appreciate it if, keep it a little more civil. No need to lump people in as Polacks and all that kind of stuff. Pol is filled with a bunch of different people with a bunch of different viewpoints as well. They do tend to be more right-wing, but I think that's just because the left has become a lot more authoritarian in the West. They want to shut down conversation. Before, Paul was a little not so much like that. Like, had the left not become so authoritarian, I don't think that the same sentiment would be there. Let's see. We'll continue the discussion on Gonzalo in the Discord. 2 a.m. there. Go to bed, man. Go to bed. I'm on such a weird sleep schedule as well. I'm like always up during the night now. I need to get some sunlight, but I'm also in a province that gets no sunlight, so live and well in Israel. Where's Tiffany Dover? Welcome to the channel, Kevin Ashwell. Have yourself a wrench so you can pass on links and stuff like that. It's good to have you. Truth Undenied made a good point about how people in the truth movement care more about their ego and getting views than the truth, and it just turns them into jerks. Yeah, I saw that hardcore. They just want to chase the biggest story and then try and get up on one another and all that kind of stuff. Let me see if I can find this. Jason Rogash. Was that how you spell his name? Okay, I don't necessarily like this guy, but he did a great video one time. Dungeons. Okay, watching Sandy Hook hoax Google Hangouts is like watching Dungeons and Dragons. This is dope. Maybe we won't watch the whole thing, but it cracks me up.
What up, everybody? This is Jason Rogash. I wanted to make a video today about watching Sandy Hook hoax Google Hangouts on YouTube is like watching people play Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know if anyone's ever watched anybody play Dungeons and Dragons, if you've ever had that pleasure. But watching a bunch of people sit around basically making shit up, rolling their 12, 30, 50-sided dice, whatever the fuck they use nowadays, and creating these elaborate fictional storylines based on Tolkien and Frank Frazetta and all fucking shit. Witches and warlocks and fucking ogres and fucking trolls and fucking dragons and shit. That's what watching these fucking Google Hangouts are like about Sandy Hook. The Sandy Hook hoax crew does. The SHH guys, the fucking Max Resistances of the world, the Professor Doom shits of the world, the Professor Doom, all of those fucking guys. Police State Radio, Free Radio Revolution. They wildly speculate to a point of absolute retardation. Then they reinforce each other's retardation by making up more shit on the shit that somebody just said. And then there's a moderator in the middle of it. It's literally like watching people play Dungeons and Dragons. Everybody is living a fictional life. Everybody is playing a fictional role. And most of them are anonymous, which I find even better. Not only are they making shit up out of whole cloth, but they're anonymous too. I mean, do these people get that they're like into oblivion? Like literally, is anything in their life real? But anyway, I digress. These people are, and what I love about these Google Hangouts is the length. 6 hour long. 6 hours. Some of these 5 hours, 7 hours. I've seen ones that are multiply broken up and they end up being like 11 hours long of people verbal diarrhea, not self-aware enough to realize that half of the shit they're saying is completely insane. And they should have done this over a phone, or maybe just said, you know what, this was fun, but do we really want to put this out unedited? And they were like, yes, we need to. We need to absolutely get this out as soon as possible. I mean, you got to think about the kind of person who would put that out after one of these Hangouts. They're so proud of it that they throw this shit out there. By the way, I detest Google Hangouts. Don't ask me to do one. Don't ask me to do Skype. Don't ask me to do any of that shit because I find them unctuous, repugnant, disgusting, stupid, ridiculous. I hate the way they turn out. I hate the way they sound. I hate the way they record. I hate the way they look. I hate the feel of them. I've been on Google Hangouts and I wanted to blow my fucking brains out because I hate them all. So don't ask me because I'm not doing one. And so when I watch these Sandy Hook fucking retards bumble and stumble around all of these, they bring up Stargates, and by the way, the Stargate CERN thing is an old Astara. It's called the Astara documents. Look them up if you're interested. This is an old UFO story about the Stargates opening up. It's what the movie and the TV show, the Stargate movie, were based on. These Astara documents that were total frauds, totally made up by United States intelligence and other people. But anyway, I digress on that. That you can look that up. Like I said, the Astaria documents, look them up if you're interested. But watching these Google Hangouts is like watching Dungeons and Dragons. All of it's fiction. They just keep going down fictional storylines, and they reinforce each other's fictional bullshit. And it's literally like watching people throw 12-sided die. And then they let the drunk ones talk a lot. I love it how that half of them are drunk. Anything that cuts off oxygen to your brain, you shouldn't really be using when you're doing something in intellectual pursuit. Okay, clear enough? You want to drink and be entertained? Great. But when you're drunk, you shouldn't talk. You should shut your mouth and shut the fuck up and realize that you're not as smart as you are when you're sober. And you might be an alcoholic. So anyway, letting these guys talk and bumble and stumble. There's no dead bodies at Sandy Hook. Show me dead bodies. I want to see dead little kids. I want to see 7-year-olds with holes blown into them to prove Sandy Hook actually has. I'm sorry I laugh. But I mean, when you start to really break this shit down and you deconstruct what they're saying, they're insane. So watching these Sandy Hook Google Hangouts is A, like being tortured and being punished for something you didn't do. And 2, they're like watching people play Dungeons and Dragons. Complete fantasy, complete fiction, complete storylines reinforced by other completely full of shit people. And people playing a game of fantasy. Thank you very much for listening and have a super duper wonderful day.
I've participated in those Hangouts as well. And it did feel like they would race to come out with like the case closed, exposed all the time. So then they would jump to conclusions without really having the evidence, right? And if you questioned it, it was like a personal insult to them. And then the drama would start and like they'd call each other shills and things like that, right? And that's why like when we have these discussions on heated topics or whatever, we gotta like stick to the facts and not just like take a side with someone that we might like or might not like, because this is what it devolves into. It becomes like an echo chamber and it can be used against us by counterintelligence, right? But yeah, I want to see the holes in the little kids' bodies. Yeah, and I mean, like, I don't necessarily think that the story. I never really believe that the story being presented to us about Sandy Hook is accurate. I don't necessarily think that's fake. And I don't know if I've ever been of the belief that it was just a hoax. I think it can be controlled in many different ways. And if we resign ourselves to just saying that it's all fake, then we're never going to learn what really happened there. Right? There's some sketchy stuff about Adam Lanza. You know, a lot of sketchy stuff. I got a feeling that there might have been some MK Ultra involved there. And I think we got like sleeper cells of these MK Ultra, which has seemed to have been going en masse, and now they can just be controlled. So yeah, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but Yeah, I thought this was really good. Jason Rogash, I don't necessarily agree with a lot of his stuff. He's a bit of a lefty. Actually, he's like really a lefty. But he certainly, I think he nailed it with that. He absolutely nailed it. And I don't know if he still makes videos. Yeah, 3 years ago he stopped doing them. Yeah, he kind of got buried. I don't know if he ever like got big or whatever, but like people knew who he was. Jeff hated this guy. Jeff absolutely hated this guy because he was calling them out like this. Yeah, some of his videos actually did get some views. But yeah. What do I got here on? Do we get a lot of people joining the Discord? Is that what's going on, or am I just getting messages from other places? Okay, no. All right. The Adam Lanza David hoax, the Hog hoax was funny. Yeah, and they're pointing them out and saying that they're the same person. Creepy Gene and that sheriff. Oh yeah. And the coroner. What was his name? Is it David Carver? Something Carver. I think it was David Carver. Wayne Carver. That's his name. Wayne Carver, magnificent thing. Yeah, this guy was so weird.
The death was caused by everyone that we've completed so far was caused by gunshot wounds, and obviously the manner of death on all these cases has been classified as homicide. We did not bring the bodies and the families into contact. We took pictures of them.
And that's another thing, by the way. They never did get to see the bodies. That is sketchy. Like they never, the parents never got to see their kids for the last time. That's really sketchy.
Of their facial features, you have it's easier on the families when you do that. There is a time and a place for up close and personal in the grieving process. But to accomplish this, we felt it would be best to do it this way. And I've been at this for a third of a century, and it's my sensibilities may not be the average man, but this probably is the worst I have seen, or the worst that I know of any of my colleagues having seen.
Okay, it doesn't show the magnificent thing. He talks about the tent that they created. Let me see, Wayne. This is probably too late now to get this stuff. Let's see.
Have finished today.
Oh, this.
A lot of our they're up all on the second floor, and I didn't get there today. And it's my sensibilities may not be the average man. It's a good thing it's not being prosecution, because then I couldn't answer that. But all the wounds that I know of at this point were caused by the long weapon.
So the rifle was the primary weapon?
Yes.
And what caliber were the bullets?
Question was, what caliber were these bullets? And I probably know more about firearms than most pathologists, but if I say it in court, they yell at me and don't make me answer, so I'll let the police deal with that for you. Yeah.
What a weird answer that was.
You said it was the long rifle that was used?
Yes.
I thought the long rifle was discovered in the car. That's not correct.
It's not correct, sir.
Follow up on that question.
I don't know. There were lots of them. Okay.
Anyways, I can't find the magnificent thing. I'll have to get that for another time. But all the excuses people made for a strange laughing and behavior, yeah, they're like, it doesn't mean that what happened there was a hoax, okay? But there were certainly elements of control at which we've never seen before. And it's quite convenient that, it would be kids. Like they say, it's for the kids, that we don't get any information and we just have to believe what was stated about it. Right? And this is the problem, like going back on the other end of things, we can't just trust people. Right? Like we need the facts in order to know what is going on. And so this is where it like kind of started. We just have to trust the experts. Like it's been this is like really where it started, and started with a bang. But it doesn't mean that what happened was a hoax. I never actually believed that it was a hoax. What, you don't think Adam L. was carrying more than his body weight in weapons? Come on, man. Well, it wasn't more than his body weight. It wasn't. It, like, one has to wonder his accuracy with these very high-powered weapons when he was like 100 pounds or less, or whatever he was. If he was 100 pounds, he wasn't much more than that. I remember showing him being very underweight. Jeff C. hated John Laban, Russian vids, and PK-22 with a passion. So he originally really liked PK-22, and because of the Boston bombing thing, right? But it was the TransAsia thing, that plane that went down that everybody said was fake. He started hating him for that, because PK would say that it was fake. And it was just like something that was so trivial and inconsequential, and there was like a bunch of people that were dead set on saying that it was fake, right? And Jeff hated that because basically they didn't have any evidence to say it was fake. They just said it was fake, and we were all supposed to go along with it. And I think that that was a counterintelligence operation, to be honest with you. Let's see. Adam Lanza had a higher kill ratio than any SEAL team. Yeah, see, that's doesn't make sense to me. But I mean, you have a bunch of kids in a room, like it's a lot easier than what the SEAL teams are doing, right? They're going up against some much tougher characters than a classroom full of kids. But again, his accuracy was the greatest of any mass shooting ever, wasn't it? And he was just a kid with a rifle that he could barely, that his body weight would state. Remember the people that were running from in the woods as well? I wonder if we could find that real quick. Sandy Hook, running in the woods. I don't know. No results. So when this happened, there was another chase that was going down, and it wasn't Lanza that they were chasing down. The cops were chasing two people that split up in the woods, and they were running away. And we never heard much about them afterwards. Like they showed it at first in the helicopter footage because they were trying to cover the story, but that got completely memory hold. These two people, two men, full-grown men, and they are running away from the police in the woods. And they split up, and that was all that we ever got of that. There was nothing ever followed up or corroborated or anything like that. That's when Jeff and Red Pill Revolution divided the whole community. Yeah. You want my opinion on that? I don't trust Red Pill. I think that he's a shill. Like, some things make me think about Jeff and wonder if he was like part of an operation, but I think he was just a narcissist that wanted to make a business of like covering alternative news online. I think that's what he was. I think Red Pill, I have a strong suspicion that Red Pill was here as a shill. And there was a bunch of them that started trying to push that this plane was fake. And they had nothing for it. They had no real evidence. And it was I think that they knew that Jeff wouldn't go for it because it was so outlandish. and Jeff would be insulted, and they pushed it and pushed it, and they used that to like dissolve that truth movement or whatever you want to call it. I think it was a counterintelligence operation. But that's just my opinion. We'll never know. We'll never know unless there's documents that will be released, but I doubt it. Red Pill Revolution's real name is, am I allowed to say it? Name is Christopher, okay, yeah, whatever, I probably shouldn't say it. Press Reset Earth met him and said he was a creep. He used to hit on many of the females in the community. Yeah, I can confirm. Chrissy Tokyo said that he was like hitting on her. Some people say Jason A is actually Red Pill Revolution. Maybe. Does he still post? Does he still do it? It was like the same, like they had the same kind of clickbait going on. Something strange is happening. You could look up Jason A at any time of your life and you will get the same thing. How many times, how many videos have been labeled this? Something strange is happening. He's got 1.5 million subscribers now. Oh man. Something strange is happening. 13 days ago. The truth may scare you. Scientists can't explain this. Something strange is happening. Oh, how many hits will we get if we say something strange is happening? Oh my gosh. Something is going on. Strange events happening. Strange events are happening. Something strange is going on. These are strange times. Something unexplained is happening. Oh, these people need to be found and locked up. This is a psyop. Such a psyop. The truth maze. Look at this. Just keeps going and going and going and going. It's basically the same friggin' thing over and over. Something strange. Don't miss this. Yeah, it's using psychology against people that are looking for the truth. Let's see. People used to include Avidan on the shill, yes? Absolutely. When I started calling out Jeff C. Yeah. I was immediately called a shill. Anyone with red pill in their name is basically a narcissistic shill, in my opinion. Been involved in too many of those communities. Well, you'll notice, like, if you go into red pill stuff, like, he would talk, like, him and Jeff and all of these ones, like, they'll be like, I was the one that brought this to the community. You know what I mean? Like, I was the one that started this. It's like certain obvious shilling, or narcissism, I meant to say, sorry. Yeah, but indeed, I used to be called a shill. I'm sure there's people that... I'm not important enough to be called a shill, to be honest. I got a small little, comfy little channel, that's about it. Anyone with red pill in their name is basically... Okay, I already went through that, my bad. Richard Cooper wins the prize, but it depends on what you mean by red pill. It was misused by these charlatans selling info on how to manipulate women. Yeah, all of these groups... Gotta wonder... You do gotta wonder, actually, now that you think about it. Because they came up with, like, a whole bunch of different terms that, like, replaced what was used in the quote-unquote truth. Like, woke came from, like, when you woke up to the truth. Like, that was clearly coming from the truth. His videos were entertaining as F 10 years ago. Yeah, they were. I watched a few of them. I didn't mind it. Is it true Red Pill Revolution used to blog about sports? I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all, but maybe, I don't know. Something strange has been happening for almost a decade on Jason A. I was sub for years, and just to follow to see if it was some psyop where they were leading people to do, but I gave up and unsubscribed. Yeah. Yeah. There's still a few morsels in those vids. Yeah, well, there has to be. There has to be some truth in those vids, right? In order to catch people's attention. And because people have been starved for truth for many years, and they play against that in order to gain subscribers. It would be stupid not to have some truth in it. Have I seen End Times Productions? It's been a long time. I know that I've seen it before. Hold on. It's been a very long time. You still making videos? Like, I just kind of like lumped all these guys in together. Okay, all right. What We Are to Make of Jesus Christ by C.S. Lewis. For those Calvinists that are out there, all right, because Calvinists seem to be really into C.S. Lewis. All right. Going to Prince Caspian. I forget what page it is now. But Prince Caspian did this chapter where there was a celebration and the main characters were with the lion. I forget his name. The god figure. And they were there were people dancing around a fire and screaming and singing and chanting and stuff like that. Basically spells out a bacchanalian orgy. Okay? And the quote-unquote god figure, the lion for Prince Caspian, which was like one of the books of the Chronicles or whatever, he reassures the main character that this was good and all well, right? And I'm telling you, if you read it and compare it to a bacchanalian orgy, it's the same freaking thing. They're dancing around a fire, they're screaming, they're chanting around a fire. It's the same thing. And C.S. Lewis, the great quote-unquote Christian, right? The character that is supposed to be like God, the lion, is reassuring the main character that everything's all right. Like, this person was an occultist. Obvious occultist, infiltrating shill. C.S. Lewis. But people still, no problem. Apparently End Times Productions can't pick up on that. Maybe he's bashing him. I don't know, but it doesn't look like it to me by these comments. Yeah, that was beautiful. Yeah. C.S. Lewis, stay away, folks. Stay away. Yeah, did he ever speak, End Times Productions? Because it looks like a lot of this stuff. Hold on. Oh, this is a short. Oh, these grifters, man. It's like a dime a dozen, these channels.
All right, so the
I don't want to get into all this stuff, but I do remember this channel. I feel like he used to speak in them, though, right? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Feels like an intelligence operation to me, though. Okay, I miss Chrissy. Yeah, she doesn't want to do these videos. She doesn't, like, she actually removed, like, a lot of the stuff that we did on the, we'll do a live network thing, because she doesn't want to be known as a conspiracy theorist. Press is live right now. Yeah, Press. I don't trust Press either, but yeah. A lot of these people that I was working with, I started realizing, I'm like, you know what? I'd almost rather the elites in power than these people. They all want to get ahead of each other. And they all just like, they'll say outlandish things just to get ahead of this, the quote unquote truth movement. End Times Productions is a Seventh-day Adventist. Wouldn't surprise me. Bible Flockbox. was a Seventh-day Adventist as well. Is he still around? Because he would get into it as well by like some conspiracy stuff. Yeah, he still is. They all got 500,000 subscribers now or more. You won't survive the end times without this. Yeah, this guy was he's a Seventh-day Adventist. All part of cults and shilling. Aslan, there you go, was the lion's name. Thank you. The magic formula, 95% truth with 5% lies mixed in to steer you in the wrong direction. Yep, yeah. And it could be different weights and different ones, but the best lies are mostly covered in truth so that you will buy the lies. He's part of the Christians saying aliens are fallen angels, basically prepping people for the incoming blue beam psyop they've been promoting quite heavily. Yeah, if you see anything on Fox News like that, then you better know that there's a psyop behind it. Fox News was covering that stuff. Chronicles of Narnia, yeah. But aliens are the fallen ones. I don't know. People who believe they're shizzle 100% are probably going to believe the Starlink projections are Jesus coming in the sky because they will be raptured before the AC. Oh, right, yeah. CS-controlled Shill Lewis, yes. Yeah. He certainly is, indeed. Philip K. Dick, Recon's reality is a simulation. Or simulation, sorry. Yeah. Man, that show, Man in the High Castle. I think I was talking about this last stream. That was like the biggest waste of potential ever. Philip K. Dick was never really the best writer, to be honest. Like, he was great at making like concepts for stories, but he was like one of the worst writers anyway. So they didn't have like, for dialogue anyways. So they didn't really have that much to work with aside from the concept itself. But man, did they ever botch that show. It was quite well, actually it wasn't even all that well done in season 1 and 2, but it had potential, and they just destroyed any potential that it could have had. That James Detour scientist was showing mRNA tech in another video. Really? If aliens exist, we're never going to meet them. Pretty much every star is hundreds of thousands or millions of light years as well. We'll never meet them. It is irrelevant if we are alone or not. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Tinfoil hat wearing Avidan fans. It's all good. But you got to get the lead lined foil hat, the lead foil. Tin doesn't stop the projections into your mind. That's the conspiracy theory. You got to get the lead foil, man. Like Von Braun said on his deathbed, right? Project Bluebeam or Blue Book. That's certainly possible if it really came from his mouth. Maybe. Remember when Press went outside shooting handguns in a field with White Rabbit? No, I don't remember this. White Rabbit was a shill, I'm pretty sure. Adam Dwyer. I don't think I remember that twit. Maybe after or before my time as the old hoax community. Yeah, they have been prepping us for the alien invasion. Mormonism. Yeah, I am an ex-Mormon convert. That was my first, like, dip into mind control. That was interesting. Trick us that there's an alien invasion. I remember that after the Fellowship. Jacques Vallée. Much like it says in the Bible about the rise of the Antichrist, it will be the broadcast all around the world. Yeah. Oh, it will. Yeah, I get what you mean. I thought of that as well, and then a top Zionist general said that aliens were soon coming, and they would reveal that they are working together with the Americans on the moon. Yeah, they're trying to make sure that everything we believe is false, right? Now you're about to blow each other to shreds. You must gather under a one-world government to save the planet, bro. Yeah, it's like have you guys gone through Star Trek? Like the beginning of Star Trek? Like they came under once the Vulcans landed. And there was the Klingon threat, I think, was what was given. We came together. And we've been through this before, but Gene Roddenberry was a Rosicrucian. Asimov, author C. Clarke. Isaac Asimov is another one, yeah. Interesting guy. Let's see. Round Saturn's Eye was another huge shill. Yeah, he was. At least at one point. I don't know if he remained one. He interviewed famous people and played a demon on some British show. He was also Red Pill's mentor. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he remained one. Did he come to Christ after? He's still around, isn't he? Under RSE. Rise, that's what he is. Okay, mainstream media analyst. Inside this Masonic crypt will shock you. See what they do? They're implanting emotions into you. Look at all these pictures. They really want to implant emotions into you. Strange things are happening. An illusion is coming upon the earth. Beware of the truth movement. Time is drawing to a close, and all of these pictures, they all play on your emotions. And yeah, you can argue that it's just clickbait, I guess. You could argue that, okay? But I don't think it's just that. I think this is an intelligence operation in order to get you away from what truth is, which are facts and reasoning, and just get you on the emotional side. This is what I think it is. They want you to think emotionally, so you don't react with reason. What are my thoughts on the Nephilim in the book of Genesis? I don't tend to focus too much on like the more supernatural parts. Like, I was never huge into like the creation story, the Nephilim story, and then over in the Revelation side, like a lot of the stuff that is, quite hard to break down and denote. That it always felt to me. I'm not saying that there's anything unbiblical about this stuff. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying that those parts of the Bible are used to get you away from the rest of the Bible, which is pointing at Jesus. Okay, and it was never really something that I tried to specialize in. I just don't think I don't think it's profitable. I think what is profitable is focusing on the things that Jesus said, the things that Paul said, the things that pointed to Jesus, which is basically all of the Bible, of course. But it seems like these people that focus on stuff like this a lot, and eschatology and things like that, it's like the only parts of the Bible that they know is like the first book and the last book, and they discount everything else that's in between. They never talk about Jesus. And I know that I don't do enough talking about Jesus on this channel as well, but I don't know if I've ever tried to make it like a Christian channel. It just comes up in the conversation. Maybe I did when I was disproving Vigilant Christian, but that was more or less because the situation kind of called for it, right? But these people that are pushing eschatology and the more supernatural parts of the Bible, it's like all they know how to talk about. So I'll plead ignorance. I'm not well read on the Nephilim and stuff like that, because I feel like it played such a small part of what the Bible meant that I just never really thought it was important to study. What do you think about it, Finding Freedom? Let me know. It's true, I know. How do you explain so many gods of the past were sexually so depraved that they continuously rape women? humans like Shiva, for example. Zeus is another example of that. Yeah, the sexual depravity seems to be in a lot of pagan mythology very, very prominent. And it's like accepted as like might is right, kind of. That was like the most telling part of that. Let's see. Shiva statue performing the dance of destruction stands at CERN. Yes. Yes, it does. If the stuff I brought to prepare for shit hit the fan doesn't work when I need it, how do I get your money back? Yeah, well, I guess not, huh? Guess not. Sorry, I didn't miss anything, did I? Okay. Independence Day. Yeah, they used the blue beam. Priming people. Because those gods were the fallen angels Enoch was writing about. I'm not so sure that the Book of Enoch is biblically cogent. I know that it appears like in Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff like that, I think. Like, I'm not saying that it wasn't. Oh, wait, now, does it appear in the Dead Sea Scrolls? I don't think it does, actually. I'm not 100% sure if it does. There's scriptures that refer to the chronicles written by Enoch. But I don't think we have proof that the Book of Enoch that's around today is actually that. I think it's a forgery, to be honest with you. I've done a video on that before. Because there's stuff that it talks about the angels that they talk about are not cogent with the rest of the Bible, in my opinion. I do not trust the Book of Enoch. Pre-flood. Call for an uprising is the expert at clickbait and Illuminati titles and pentagrams. Yeah. So let's compare, right? If we go to just take a look at these videos really quick. Like, look at all of these photos are almost all of them are meant to elicit emotion. Right? And yeah, I get you want your channel to succeed. And maybe if I started doing stuff like this, maybe I get a bigger channel. But I feel bad even putting like exposed in all caps sometimes. Call for an uprising. Very much the same thing, huh? Strange things really are happening. Did he wipe all his videos? You kidding me? He wiped all his videos. Strange things are happening. What's up with this? Strange things are happening. Why does everybody say strange things are happening? Yeah, so he's wiped all of his videos. Are you serious? Why? Does he give a reasoning for this? When did this happen? I haven't looked up his channel in a long time, like a good few months at the very least, so... Anybody know when he wiped all his videos? ACFAU depicts Jesus as a street fighter punching Satan. It is blasphemy in my opinion. I agree. I've seen that before. Yeah, I don't like it either. And he's all about the spiritual warfare too, yeah. But he like turns it into a Marvel movie. Try telling a Muslim their God is in fact a demon. Some atheists in Sweden just did so by burning the Quran in the hood. They got lead in return. Yeah, I remember debating with Muslims over Allah. If you looked into like Allat, was a moon goddess. Now I understand Allah was like just another word for Lord or Lady or whatever. But like if you go, she's a moon goddess, and you know the symbol of Islam is is the star in the crescent, right? And the fact of the matter is, this is just another Semiramis figure, or whatever you want to call it, Isis figure. The Lion of Alat, another one, depicts her with a lion and a gazelle. The Hejaz. But it was, it's pretty clear where they get this from. One of the daughters of Allah. Common Arabic word for God, not my God. The whole CRP saga is solely based on emotion, but we're just going to ignore that. No. This is actually kind of the theme. This is why I keep talking about it. Because it seems like, you know, as much as I'm glad he's okay and stuff like that, the only thing that we're going on is an emotive desire that he's telling the truth, right? No, I'm in agreement with you there. I don't think that God is a fallen one, and that's not very smart, is it? You don't go into the evangelical Christian community in the USA, for example, and burn Bibles. I don't think it's very fair. I don't know. Will they kill you for burning Bibles, though? It is super disrespectful. I wouldn't bait Muslims by burning the Quran, though. Yeah. Okay. I get your point. I know that Christopher knew that CRP was not dead when Scott Ritter started getting traction saying he was. Didn't Scott Ritter then make a clarification, though, that he was, what do you call it? That he was just quoting the other one, or like that other people talking about it, that he was killed, like the Azov guys on Twitter. I think that's what he was referring to, right? And I think he more or less highlighted the hypocrisy. I don't know if that's what you were talking about just then with that twitwit, but oh my gosh, I'm falling behind again. Brutal. Round Saturn's Eye never confessed to saying Jesus Christ is his Lord and Savior. Really? I feel like he would have, but sorry I missed that earlier. The movie Risen was good. I've never seen it. Just highlighted a potential hypocrisy. Okay. Originally, you were a Christian channel truther. Originally, I was, like in 2014, 2015. No, I was more into the quote-unquote false flag and hoax community. Although I was born again at that point. I wasn't a very good Christian. Wasn't a very well-read Christian either at that point either, to be honest. Then after I had the fallout with like Jeff C and stuff, I did. Yeah, I guess it would be a lie to say that I wasn't like on a Christian channel truther, but I've mixed. My point being is that I was kind of going from one topic to another, whatever I felt led to do. And there was a point where I was actually getting, well into the scriptures and stuff like that. You are right there. But it kind of coincided with exposing Mario as a fake Christian. But there were a lot of videos around that time that I was doing that was like specifically on the Bible. Yeah, that's fair. But no, the videos that I did before that, and I did a lot more at that point, they weren't necessarily Christian. Not necessarily. And then I guess the ones that I do now, though I do cover Christianity, of course, and I am a Christian, and Jesus is my Lord and Savior. I don't tend to focus on it as much as maybe I should. Maybe I will. I don't know. Flattered that Michael is watching me very closely now. Yeah, I think you both you're both skeptical on things, which is not a bad thing. But now you're rubbing off each other. So, maybe you guys could learn a lot. I don't know. There's a dude called The Word Prophet on YouTube. He is 100% focused on what the Bible says instead of theological teachings derived from nothing. Good call. It's always good to do, because theological tradition can be a path away from the biblical message. I think the Nephilim were just giant human beings, nothing more. The lifespan of human beings was much longer back then, so some humans grew into giants. Maybe? It's interesting. Shiva's a man. No, Shiva's a female goddess, isn't it? Shiva's a goddess, I think. Don't forget Gon Shimura for the shill list. I have not followed him. Witwit, I got my eyes on you too. No, Twitwit has always been skeptical and not willing to just take the word of anybody, which, like I say, probably too much at this point. I appreciate that a lot, right? She's not afraid of offending somebody in order to get a point across that she's not just going to trust someone, and I think that is more or less noble. I appreciate that a lot. Face like the sun is a huge shill. Book of Enoch contradicts the Bible. Yeah, let me see what I said about that before. Hold on. What did I get into? I don't think I went too deep into it. I was just pointing out one thing. Enoch. Truth about the Book of Enoch. Ugh, so clickbaity.
Hello everybody, this is Avidan, and we're going to do a really quick one here. This is all you need to know about the Book of Enoch. Alright? Right down here. Enoch. First Enoch, 40th chapter, verse 9. The first is Michael, the merciful and long-suffering, and the second, who is set over all the diseases and all the wounds of the children of men, is Raphael. And the third, who is set over all the powers, is Gabriel. And the fourth, who is set over the repentance unto the hope of those who inherit eternal life, is named Phanuel. Phanuel, however you want to call it. Paniel, Peniel, Penuel, Phanuel, Orphiel. Yeah, okay. All right, so let me tell you something. This right here, look, as you can see, Phanuel's duties include bearing up God's throne, acting as a guardian angel to all who have inherited salvation in Jesus Christ, minister of truth, and is an angel of judgment. Yes, okay, all right. So, we have a guardian after, right? That's the Holy Spirit, okay? There's nowhere, I challenge anybody to show me where it says anything but the Holy Spirit and where that name is in the Bible. Now, Hebrews 1, verse 2, or actually, well, let's read it from 1:1. God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things. Heir of all things, guys. Heir of all things. Yeah, there you go. Now that it's focused in. Now you know. Heir of all things, by whom he made the worlds. All right? Jesus Christ is the heir of all things. We do have a guardian. It's called the Holy Spirit. Okay? But Jesus is the one that brings us there. And not this guy. Okay? This right here is complete heresy. Complete heresy. Enoch 49. Go check it for yourself if you don't believe me. You can read it if you want. I can tell you, anybody who knows, anybody who has studied the Bible can tell you that this is complete blasphemy. Expelling Satan's, also listed.
So, first is Michael, the merciful and long-suffering, who set over the diseases and all the children of men. Raphael the third, set over all the powers. Yeah. Gabriel, and the fourth, who is
as an angel of exorcism. The four angels of presence. Repentance unto hope of those who inherit eternal life. No, we don't need Phanuel. We need Jesus. And a confirmation that we have been saved by him, that we get.
Yeah, set over the hope for those who inherit eternal life. Yeah. Yeah, no. They're trying to put Phanuel in this as a mediator between Jesus and yourself. It's a direct relationship with him. You don't need Phanuel or anybody in the middle. Okay, yeah, not bad.
The guardian that we get is the Holy Spirit. Doesn't have a name, which, by the way, means face of God. That's what Phanuel means. And Orpheal. Interesting how Orpheal comes up there. Now, I'm not going to tell you where this possibly comes from, where I've seen this before, but I'm going to show you this. We'll let this... Come on, you can do it. You can do it. There you go. The Orphic egg. There you go. See a serpent wrapped around a snake? Or a serpent wrapped around an egg? By the way, Jacob Bryant. Yeah, thanks, man. All right.
my last name is Bryant. That's what I was saying.
Right. Ancient Greek Orphic tradition is the cosmic egg from which hatched the primordial hermaphroditic deity Phanes. See,
well, Phanes is the actual way to say it, but whatever.
See how that kind of works? Phanuel, Phanes, protagonist, whatever you want to, however you want to do it. Variously equated also with Zeus, Pan, Metis, Eros, which is Cupid, Eurycopeos, and Bromius, who in turn created the other gods.
And interesting as well, Phanes, and this is Phanuel or whatever. The other name is Orpheal, and it's Phanes is part of the Orphic tradition. Like this is obviously a forgery. Someone trying to insert like Pythagorean and Orphic traditions into the scriptures.
Right. The egg is often depicted with a serpent around it. And you can go into this if you want. I'm not going to mention who's propagating this kind of stuff. For those who want to talk about how Enoch was mentioned in the Bible, yeah, sure. Anybody can counterfeit anything that was mentioned in the Bible, especially where Enoch was, I believe, was before the flood. Anything that was written, if we had the book, that'd be cool. But, I mean, it was written before the flood. We most likely lost it. Anybody could put it in. Anybody could put it in after, write something, anything that they want about angels and how they came down to mix with us. Yes, okay, sure. But at the end of the day, does this line up with Scripture? No, it doesn't. Repentance unto hope of those who inherit eternal life is named Phanuel? No, it does not. Here you go. Look, right there. Hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom he also made the worlds. It is obvious. That's all you need to know about the Book of Enoch, folks. And for those who are out there, the Christians that know their Bible better than I, you need to start calling this stuff out. Because guess what? I had many people come to me on the side a few months ago at least, and I'm starting to get comments in on a whole bunch of different things, but I've had people...
This is actually me now, but anyways. You get it, right? I actually look a lot like that now, except my beard is longer and my hair is longer. My hair is like a foot long now. I haven't got a haircut since like the pandemic. I don't know why. I like decided to keep letting it grow until all the bullshit goes away. I detect the Newfie accent. Yeah. I've learned how to like mask it a little bit more. I think I like came home from Quebec, and I probably picked up a lot of the Irish accent again once I got back there. Whose voice is that? That's my voice. It was my voice. It's just an older video, and I turned up the speed if I sound different. But yeah, this isn't the accent I speak to you with is not like my original accent. My accent has a bit of Newfoundlander in it. Finding Freedom says, remember when Vigilant Christian threatened to cut the heads off of Cole Casper UK, A Entertainment, and yourself? That to me was proof enough that Mario was an insane psychopath. Yeah, he used an analogy. You can still find this online if you search hard enough. He says a wolf in with the sheep. There are wolves in with the sheep, and what do you do with a wolf? You take it and you cut its head off. Yeah, I remember that. People wanted me to do action on it, but like I was just like, I don't know. He was using like a metaphor, but he also wanted like other people to hate someone to that extent as well. So yeah, shooting for that that wizard look. Sacred geometry is Freemasonic. Well, sacred geometry came before Freemasonry. Not saying, I'm not giving credit to sacred geometry. So Pythagoreanism. Did I spell that right? Yeah, all right. Here we go. Pythagoreanism is originated in the 6th century BC, based on and around the teachings and beliefs held by Pythagoras and his followers, the Pythagoreans. And this is something, yeah, there you go. It goes back into it. The worship of Pythagoras continued in Italy, and as a religious community, Pythagoreans appear to have survived as part of or deeply influenced the Bacchic cults and Orphism. This is where you start getting into some real dark stuff. But this is what's behind a lot of mysticism, and the Freemasonic stuff comes from this. But you're not wrong. Like what we see right now, like sacred geometry, what this comes from like this stuff here. Pythagorean triple comes from that. Let's see. Wasn't Enoch Noah's granddad? Yes, he was. Enoch was a real character of the Bible. I'm not debating him being in the Bible. What I'm debating is that the book of Enoch is the book of Enoch that you can read today is not biblical. They do mention the writings of the book of Enoch in the Bible. If you go into, where would you find that? Probably somewhere in the Pentateuch, maybe in Chronicles and Kings and those books right there. I forget exactly where it's referred to, but they do refer to a book of Enoch. What I'm saying is that book of Enoch is not the one that we have today. I think the one that we have today is a forgery. What's my take on the so-called megalithic culture? Personally, I do not relate it with giants at all, but rather with some kind of lost technology pre-flood. Maybe, and once again, these things that, for lack of a better word, supernatural, I try and stay away from when I was doing my studies in the Bible. I was never really that interested in them. Maybe I should have been a little bit more interested in them. However, I was more interested in learning who Jesus was, in the mind control aspects that he was exposing, and the more of the milk, I guess. No, you know what? It's not the milk before meat. I wanted to focus on Christology and epistemology and stuff like that before I got into eschatology and stuff and those topics, the ones that are more supernatural, again, for lack of a better word. So I don't really have too much opinions on that stuff. I'm not the best person to ask. That guy Alex Gray, who We Are Change has on his show, is into sacred geometry. Yep. And there's nothing. That's why, like, there's very little originality to his work. He's just using like stuff that, you know, the pyramids have sacred geometry. Fair enough. It's not that there isn't some truth in sacred geometry. Okay, like the Pythagorean theorem is pretty solid. This is where like a lot of the phi and stuff comes from as well, like the golden ratio and things like that is kind of branched out of I can't say it now, Pythagoreanism, and there's a lot of truth to it. Like even like when I build, I like playing. I know this sounds geeky. I like playing Minecraft for the to learn architecture and things like that. I really enjoy it. And when you apply the golden ratio to your buildings and stuff like that, it is actually better on the eye. there is truth to a lot of this stuff. Okay, it doesn't mean that it's not occultic. Now this is interesting. Saturn at the top there. It's the symbol of Saturn. We went into this last time. Mars here. I think this is the sun. Is that the symbol of the Earth or the sun? Maybe it's the, yeah, okay, maybe this is the Earth. Yeah, the dot with a circle with a dot in it is the Earth, I think. I'm looking at this and it looks like Sol, but I don't think so. I think a circle with a dot in it is the Earth, and this is the sun, which is kind of interesting. When was this made? Because everything I go through, heavily annotated Sphera, Sacrobosco, 16th century. So this places the sun in the center, because a lot of the occult will place the Earth in the center, then the moon. Sorry, the Earth, then the sun, then the moon, and then the planets. Huh, interesting. You can also see the zodiac going around here as well. This is definitely still occultic. Okay. I'll be shooting for that wizard look. Just, it's really interesting to learn about. I love Randall Carlson's work, even though he's a Freemason. Yeah, it doesn't mean that there isn't some intrigue to this stuff. I think that's the part of it. If Enoch was Noah's granddad, then his books would be pre-Christian. If you go deep enough, you land on the Earth is flat. Go deep enough into what? Rabbit hole. Oh, yeah. These guys do teach. A lot of them do teach that the Earth is flat. Do I have a car, Avidan? Not at the moment, no. I ride a donkey. Earth is cat. Ooh. That's the best conspiracy theory. Well, more like Yarmulke's shaped twit. He drives a donkey. He Ubers on a donkey. Where is this coming from? No, I am the donkey. I am the donkey. All right, I'm gonna take another little break. Maybe we'll get into what I was supposed to get into at first. That big conversation on Gonzalo took up most of the time for like the news segment that I like to do. What's he wearing here? What's he got going on here? Boris? What are you wearing there? The red bracelet. Red rosary beads or whatever. Not rosary beads, like Catholic, but... What is this? Anybody know what that is? There's another thing I want to get into as well, and oh, now I'm missing it. Dang it. Did you hear about Russia talking about moving to the digital ruble? Let's see, is there a search that I could find this real quick? Yeah, unveils plans for digital ruble domestic payment system. So to get rid of like SWIFT and all the other like Western influences or whatever, they're justifying the digital ruble, which is not a good move. Not a good move at all. Germany can't isolate Russia. Okay, that's basically all I want from them. Ain't that something? Ain't that something there? I'm just going to leave that up on screen. Maybe, hold on. Oh yeah, and we'll get into this as well. 2 Russian oligarchs die in mysterious circumstances. Earl Grey is actually, if you haven't been following this guy, he's a really good source, to be honest. He's a little pro-Putin or pro-Russian or whatever you want to call it. And then I'll get into the rest of your chat, and we'll get into this as well. I mean, there really isn't all that much to update. Oh gosh, the Gunt. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to get back into the live UA map. Because there really isn't... So basically what's going on, I'll just like quickly give an update here. So they're pulling out of Mariupol because it's basically taken. Most of it's taken. Battle continues near Azovstal. Of course, this Zelensky puppet website saying it. Indiscriminate bombing of plants still continues. Not storming it as before. Like they're pretending this is a victory. So there seems to be that they're relocating now, and then they're going to be pushing from this area. Looks like this place is starting to expand down. The control from Russia is starting to expand down here. You're getting a lot of the skirmishes that you'll find here. They're bombing areas. Looks like they are making their moves. Bombing areas here keeps them on guard and wanting to, or having to use resources over here. And they're going to start pushing in now on this group. This is where we still have a ton of Ukrainian soldiers, and they are cauldroned in. And it looks like they're going to start working on surrounding this area. The Russians are, to bomb this area, turn up the pressure once again. And apparently they are taking a whole bunch of new towns and stuff like that that are in this this rim area. Whole bunch of them. Particularly here, Kremina. That was taken. And they're going to start pushing in. And either capturing or killing the army here. There's a significant amount of the Ukrainian army still stuck in here. There's a lot of artillery that was being in place here. So they can't just leave en masse. And they don't want to give up this area either. They're like really stuck. And I think what we'll start seeing then is a push to the northwest. But yeah, Russia has basically claimed victory here. And they've pulled out most of their guys. And they're now starting to focus on pushing in up here. And right here as well. These fronts here. And I think what they're going to try and want to do is start inching their way and basically joining these here. We'll have to see as time goes. I have a feeling that Odessa, the taking of Odessa is going to be easier said than done. I know that they want Odessa. That is certainly an objective, but after the downing of the Moskva, I know a lot of people are kind of downplaying the downing of the Moskva, but I think this is actually a big deal for trying to take Odessa, because they wanted to come in by amphibious land assault, as you can see, to try and stage a land attack here. It would be very hard. This is like Thermopylae right there, essentially. And over here, there's a lot of mountains, if I'm not mistaken. No, I'm not giving you money. I was trying to get the satellite view of it. Maybe I can look at it later. But it's going to be rough to take this area. Especially now with their flagship down. Does a lot for support. And that's what you need for amphibious operations. You need air defense. All that kind of stuff. They have their airfield here, which is still under Ukrainian control. But it looks like there's certainly a result of a missile strike. This was 11 hours ago. Explosion was heard several districts of Odessa. Missile shut down. This is what they're saying, by the way. I don't trust a word that any of these sources say because they've all been vetted to be pro-Ukraine. Russia conducts missile strike against infrastructure object in Odessa. Okay. Oh, yeah. Gunta. Yeah. I got rid of the Gunt. The Gunt. Let me just get rid of it all. All right, okay. It's gone now, folks. Calm down. Calm yourself off. I can't get it out of my head now. Oh, gross. Gross. All right. Here, let's play. We got a little short something while we wait. Here we go. Little Rachmaninoff. Okay, how about now? Says that it's working now. Let me know. So annoying. Okay, you can hear me now? Alright, screw Rachmaninoff. No more Russian music. Susan really doesn't want the Russian music played. Okay, thank you. All right, we still got a couple more viewers. Screw it, and we'll finish off for the people that like to tune in afterwards. So, this is one thing that I wanted to get into today. We have 2 Russian oligarchs died. I didn't really set up anything for this yet, so we'll just listen to Earl Grey because he's quite good. Something to take a look into. So we'll watch him.
Again to this video where I've got a bit of a Agatha Christie situation for you. A little bit of Hercule Poirot, maybe unless you're a fan of Miss Marple. Maybe that's more your cup of tea. Before you lose your shit, I will again say this is a Vietnamese t-shirt. It's comfy, I like it, and I like Vietnam. Let's get into this really quite juicy situation here, if it will let me. Here we are. 2 Russian oligarchs die in mysterious circumstances 24 hours apart. It actually really is almost too remarkable. This is from Newsweek, not the best publication, I'll admit, but I'm trying to give you some from the West, and then I'll give you some from Russia. Excuse me as well, sniffing. I'm a bit under the weather, as I said in the previous video. Questions look set to be asked after 2 Russian oligarchs, both linked to gas giants, apparently murdered their wives and daughters before killing themselves within 2 days of each other. Former Kremlin official and Gazprom Bank vice president.
Yeah, Gazprom Bank is the one that is taking the money for oil from Germany and the other European countries. So for those that don't know, they are shutting off. They want payments in rubles. Russia wants payments in rubles for their oil, right? And or gas, whatever. And they didn't want to do that, but they said, okay, well, you can pay through Gazprom Bank, who will convert the euros to rubles in their accounts. You have to set up an account with Gazprom Bank, pay them, and they'll do the conversion themselves. That's like the workaround that they're doing for Germany and like those other countries, right? So it just so happens that the vice president was found dead, along with the bodies of his wife, and as he reads on.
Vladislav Avayev, 51, was found dead in his luxury Moscow apartment alongside the bodies of his wife and 13-year-old daughter on Monday. It appeared he had shot them before turning the gun on himself. The bodies were found by distraught 26-year-old daughter Anastasia after she was unable to get hold of the family. The following day, former Novatech deputy chairman Sergei Protosenya, 55, his wife Natalia, 53, and 18-year-old daughter Maria were found dead at their Spanish mansion. The scene suggested the women had been stabbed before Protosenya hanged himself in the garden. Here we are. Spanish investigators are now reportedly trying to work out whether the Protosenya deaths were the result of a domestic murder-suicide or an organized hit. According to Spanish website El Puntavui, Protosenya's estimated fortune was $440 million. He had reportedly trained as an engineer and economist and worked in senior financial roles at gas companies. Spanish authorities are reportedly so far working on the hypothesis that the incident was indeed a murder-suicide. If we go over to the Economic Times, mystery deepens on the death of Russian oligarch, his wife and daughter, who were axed to death. Basically recounts the same thing. Yeah, very odd. So those are two Western ones. Another one from Business Insider. 2 Russian oligarchs found dead 1 day apart alongside their wives and children. And the whole story is recounted. So let's move over to the Russian side of things. This is Kommersant. Ex-banker committed suicide with his family and with himself. Here is Vladislav Avayev. Now, here's the interesting part. According to the results of the inspection, a preliminary conclusion was made that all 3 fatal shots were fired by Vladislav Avayev, a well-known banker in the past and one of the members of the board of trustees of the Dynamo Sports Society. Shot his wife and then his daughter, who became an unwitting witness to what happened. The investigation is inclined to believe that the motives of the tragedy are domestic. The door was locked from the inside. No traces of other persons being in the house during the shooting were found. Again, be careful with the Russians and their language. They choose it very carefully. So the investigation is inclined to believe. The door was locked from the inside. Okay. No traces of other persons being in the house during the shooting were found. It doesn't mean there were no other people in the house during the shooting. The slot plickens, as they say. And finally, this is 59.ru, former, same story. And then we go down. I had a feeling this was the article that said the death was by asphyxiation for the other guy. So quick look. It's very brief, actually. This is just brief mention. It was those details in Kommersant that really caught my eye. This talks about the Catalan police. Yeah, and this article then reference Avayev. What do you make of that, then? So, my theory for the Moscow, when I read about this one in Moscow, I thought, Gazprom Bank. That's got to be significant somewhere. This is the former vice president who would know things. I don't want to speculate too much. I might get myself in trouble. So Gazprom Bank, and then both articles, both East and West, say, there's some idea of a hit. Why? Why knock off 2 oligarchs related to gas, especially in such close succession? Now, Occam's razor for the Moscow one would suggest that it was, if it wasn't a murder-suicide, as they say, and it was a hit, therefore, the easiest and simplest solution is that Russians committed this, because it's Russia, that is the jurisdiction of Russia, but then that's complicated by the Spanish guy. So was that FSB that then went out? And why do it so close apart unless there was a deadline, unless the knowledge these guys had to be silenced and buried? Again, all of this is pure speculation. The other thing that I find that niggles me, some of those details. Shot his wife and then his daughter, who became an unwitting witness to what happened. Now I'm trying to think of a domestic crime of passion, So, oh my God, you're sleeping with Igor. Oh my goodness, I happen to have a firearm to hand. Let's say it's now America and everyone's got guns lying everywhere, or Ukraine currently. You pick up this gun and you shoot her. You shoot her dead. And then you go, oh crap, but my daughter's home. Oh, well, she's got to go as well. And what, she walks in and you go, oh, it's a shame you saw that, love. Kabang. And then you go, oh God, what have I done? Kabang. And that's not to say, and it doesn't really give the location of the bodies. So was the 13-year-old in the same room? She walked in the room? Or are you trying to tell me that he then walked into wherever she was? Because remember, these are quite luxurious apartments. They've got a lot of space. A lot of questions there. I don't pretend to have the answers there. I just thought that was one of those very curious things. And also, I think we all need sometimes a little bit of a break, take our minds away from current events. I know you all like a mystery and you like to put your tinfoil hats on now and then, so just go nuts in the comments. Here's a little bit of relief for you in that regard. And I am genuinely curious to hear what you think is where the links are. And maybe what have I missed in the details? Maybe there's something here. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that. Just a little bit different. Not very light, unfortunately. Still quite morbid, I'm afraid. So sorry about that. But nonetheless, I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Okay, and he gives the links as well. It's another thing I like about this guy. Very few people give sources when they cover stuff. All right, let's take a quick look on this. And what do you guys think about this? Because I do find it interesting. It's the guy from Gazprom, specifically Gazprom Bank, which is the specific one that they're doing the transfers. He was the former vice president. But even still, important dude. Okay. Avayev is the one. I wanted to look into this guy, Sergei Protasenia. Found hanged with his wife and daughter stabbed to death. This guy started crying. I unsubbed him. I don't need advice from any combat ineffective YouTubers. You don't think soldiers have cried? Not saying he's a soldier. I've never seen him cry though. I don't know. Are you talking about him, Sheriff? Abstragento says the synchronicity that their reach is unlimited. That they get anybody even in Russia. Oh, for sure. They have operatives in Russia. Well, we've also seen that too. Like we've seen the NED admit to having their soft power in Russia. Why would you kill the witness if you're going to kill yourself next anyway? Sounds wonky. Yep. Is he monetized? I don't know if that guy's monetized or not. I don't necessarily have a problem with people monetizing, but he's not like clickbaity. He's been covering stuff pretty well. Covered the Gonzalo Lira stuff. He's just been covering like a lot of the stuff from a somewhat pro-Putin. I think he is like a bit communist leaning. But he does a pretty good job at covering whatever he does, so I don't mind him. Just give me all news here. Novatech. Chief accountant of Novatech and used to be a member of the energy company board of directors. Just under $500 million. He and his family resided mainly in France, but he was found dead in Spain. So it didn't even need to happen within. Bear in mind, this is RFE, which is a CIA front news organization. See. Novatech. Petroleum and natural gas. Leonid Mikkelsen. Russian-Israeli businessman. Uh-oh. He was also the founder. Works closely with Gazprom as well. Yamalo Nanets, where is that? Nabirsk. Novatech bought a 51% stake from Gazprom Bank. or in this company from Gazprom Bank, sorry. Shares traded in London and Moscow stock exchanges. Novatech, around the time of the Crimea stuff, was placed in the sectoral sanctions identification list by the U.S. Department of Treasury following Russia's continued attempts to destabilize eastern Ukraine. Countering America's adversaries through Sanctions Act report delivered to Congress. Suicide. It's from, okay, that's the Newsweek article that we were looking. Novatech itself issued a statement casting doubt on a murder-suicide theory. Let's see what they have to say here. Ex-company of Russian oligarch found dead with his wife and child throws doubt on a murder-suicide theory, saying he was a wonderful family man. On a working police theory that Protsenia killed his family and then himself. Slammed speculations on his death. Former company of the Russian oligarch found dead in Spain along with his wife and child has cast doubt on prevailing police theory that the deaths were a murder-suicide. He was found hanging in his apartment in Lloret del Mar, or de Mar, whatever, a seaside town in Catalonia. Oh, Catalonia, huh? Ah. His wife and daughter were found dead with stab wounds in the same apartment, the outlet reported. The murder-suicide is the primary working theory of Mossos d'Esquadra, a Catalan police body investigating the deaths. A spokesperson from that, whatever that town is, Lloret de Mar town hall told insiders the Mossos did not immediately respond to the insiders' request for comment. Novatech suggests that the idea that its former employee could be responsible for the deaths bears no relation to reality. Established himself as an outstanding person and wonderful family man, a strong professional who made a considerable contribution to the formation and development of the company. Unfortunately, speculations have emerged in the media about this topic, but we are convinced that these speculations bear no relation to reality. Novatech inferred insider to the statement without further comment when asked whether it was referring to the idea that Protsenia could be responsible for the deaths. This is the villa. When approached by insider with the town hall's confirmation that the police were considering the murder-suicide theory, which would put the matter outside of the media explanation, the Novatech spokesperson said that this was a question for the Mossos. Mossos said in a Tuesday statement that it was alerted to the deaths of 3 people. Okay. So, yeah. So, even the police are saying it. And it's not just media speculation. Why can't the police be in on it? Catalonia is corrupt as all heck. On the basis, the town hall organized a minute's silence on Wednesday in memory of the woman and girl who died. Its spokesperson said the 2 local equalities ministers also called for unity against gender-based violence. Okay, so they're already spinning their fucking social justice crap in this. Catalan police are currently combing the Protsenia's family's phone records and security footage from the home. I'm sure we'll all see that. The discovery of Protsenia's family deaths came at a day after another Russian oligarch with connections to the energy industry, Vladislav, sorry, was found dead along with his wife in his Moscow apartment. Yeah, this is sketch. This is sketch. And when you have like Radio Free Europe on the case, Yahoo News, nobody questioning whether Russia did it, right? They're all just like, oh yeah, this must have happened. It's certainly gender-based violence. If they're not blaming Russia for this, why aren't they blaming Russia for this? They blame Russia on everything else. You gotta wonder. There is no evidence of a connection between these cases, whose similarities have nonetheless sparked intense international interest. No evidence. There's no evidence. It's just the same thing happening to two people in related industry. My first thought is make Putin look bad, blame Putin. Yeah, you would think these people would blame Putin like immediately, right? What's RT saying about this? Let's take a look. Oh, hi, little kitten. You are stuck in here. Hey, buddy. It's okay. Calm yourself. I'll let you out in a sec. Oh. Anything on front page you would think it would be? Hold on. Elon Musk calls out Bill Gates. Yeah, okay, you're on it too. No search results for Sergei Protosenya. What about the other guy? Vladislav Avayev. Nothing here either. If I look up dead. They're saying nothing. And I've been kind of like combing RT for the past few days. And I haven't seen anything over there as well. So their mum's the word on this. Interesting. You would think that they would say more if they were... Fate of missing American Zelensky critic. So nothing. What about like Sputnik or something? It's Sputnik.com? I forget. Oh, we get the fake Sputnik. Thousands detained in Russian protests. These guys are pathetic. All right. Yeah, I got nothing. Nothing from RT or anything like that. What do you guys think of this? Does seem odd that they're not talking about it, doesn't it? All poisonings in Russia and Ukraine are CIA, likely. Yeah, what Ukrainians? This seems like Ukrainian Pravda, doesn't it? It's very. Very much globo homo. World condemns Russian invasion in Ukraine. Are they even updating this? This feels like these stories. Yeah, they're like months old. This isn't the Sputnik I was trying to look for. Anyways. What? Vladimir Putin announces engagement to Alexander Lukashenko? Like, is it? This is a joke. Who funds these guys? Search Sputnik.com. Just on a little. Voice of Russia, Russian state owned. Not Sputnik News. This is not Sputnik News. This is. Okay. Ugh, go away. Nothing. I assume it's the same for the other one, but we'll just double check. So Russia is saying nothing. Globo Homo saying that it's murder-suicides. They both coincide with each other. Like, if I were to take a guess, I would probably say that this is Globo Homo killing them. Russia wants to stay mum because this is kind of bad press for them. They don't want people losing faith in their security. That would be like my first guess. I really want to see who funds these guys. COVID-19 and business. There's like nothing on them. What is this website, man? Obviously trying to like cover up the actual Sputnik News, which is like actual Russian news or whatever. All right. Poisoning in Russia. Influence peddlers work on YouTubers. Once they get traction, they wait for their old friends in media to call them with the plan to sell out. Yeah. That they certainly do, man. That they certainly do. Like, you can see it in like every aspect as well. Like, I've talked about this before. Like, gaming, like the video game industry now, like, they are amassing their content creators to hype games when they come out, and if there's like a failure of a game, of which there are many these days, like, they warn like these guys to not talk anything, not to give any press to any failing games, because if they don't, they'll lose their privileges and like their hypes and stuff like that from the company. My first guess is they've been captured or defected, and the story is a cover. Possibly, yeah. They are banning themselves, hoping to get their traction back. Both sides working together to push the same stories. Which both sides, Sheriff? Are you talking about, like, say, Russia and Global Homo? Were they even legit Russians or crypto little hats? Yeah, maybe. The head of the Gazprom guy. Where is that? Novatech. The head of that company was Hebrew. Leonid Mikhelson. Russian-Israeli billionaire businessman. Okay, he's like a legit oligarch from the Soviet Union collapse. Richest person in Russia. Born to an Ashkenazi Jewish family. They always make sure to put that in, like the first line and stuff. Very interesting. He owns the mega yacht Pacific. Okay, sorry about the dead air. Ruptly is RT, so I would assume that if Ruptly, or if RT doesn't have anything, then Ruptly won't. We can give it a try, please. .com. I don't see anything here. In this search, I doubt I'll get anything off this search. No. Nothing here. Nothing here. Got the sun in the name. Yeah. That's not necessarily like Jewish though. Like, but in this case it is, yeah. Were they even legit Russians or crypto? Okay, yeah, you got that. They're banning themselves, hoping, got that as well. You guys are slowing down here now for the night, aren't you? Maybe a fit of anxiety for having his yacht seized. Maybe. Could be. I'm going to go get something to eat. Thank you for the stream tonight, Avidan. Looking forward to the next. You know, I'll probably finish up there now, considering we're probably gone through everything that we need to go through. And I started early. We're just over the 4-hour mark. And yeah, we had a good discussion today. I thought it was really good. I would like to see more info from Gonzalo, but to be honest, I think we should just move on to, now that we've covered it, you know, we should probably just move on to the information that's at hand, start focusing more on what's going on, the lies that's being told by Ukraine, and these sketchy little events that are happening. I'll probably follow up a little bit more on that. Tuesday, we will go through the list, the Gonzalo list of these guys. And then I think what we'll do, I'd like to maybe do a collaboration with you guys on the live stream. So I'll do a little like first scraping or whatever. I'll bring up stuff. If you guys want to look into that list on Gonzalo Lira's list of reporters or whatever, missing reporters. And then we'll come back on Tuesday We'll do 7 a.m. or sorry, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then I'll make a video after that, like releasing all the info that we've collected together. That's probably what we'll do. So I look forward to doing that with you guys. Is there anything else you guys wanted to miss? I didn't mean to like skip out on you too quick. Let's see. Little hats are consolidating power, it looks like. Maybe, indeed. Could be. It could be the case. I'm going to get some... Okay. Respond to this. Okay. So many people have become intellectually lazy and morally bankrupt. It's sad to see massive people so drunk or hypnotized they can't see the blatant truth. Okay. Sure. We'll do this before we go. While that loads up, I'll play this. It got good response last time.
I think a lot of people are finally starting to realize.
Okay. All right, Richard Medhurst. Yeah, I like a lot of his stuff that he does. He's covering the Ukraine situation very well, I think. He's like French British Muslim. What's going on with this? I don't know what's going on, but yeah, we'll take a look.
Just how dishonest the media are when they talk about what's happening in Palestine as clashes. If these were videos from Ukraine, if they showed Russian soldiers abusing Ukrainians, it would be front page news. You would have no problem looking at that and calling that violence. But because it's happening to Palestinians, oh, now it's a clash. Oh, it's both sides. Look, man, when you have gangs of uniformed thugs draped in riot gear bursting into a mosque and shooting people with tear gas while they're praying, that's not a clash. That's literally the definition of brutality. And this idea that if Palestinians dare to throw a rock in self-defense at somebody that's tear gassing them, that they're somehow equally to blame. I mean, what is this colonial slave mentality? Like, how dare you defend yourself? Accept your oppression, you Arab terrorist. Man, I don't understand people who can sit there and watch an entire people being humiliated, subjugated, and ruthlessly oppressed every day by an occupying military force, and then attribute equal blame to unarmed Palestinian civilians. I mean, how morally bankrupt do you have to be to utter such a thing? Huh? To say that Palestinians living under Israeli occupation are just as guilty as the people colonizing them. And then they sell you this idea, this fairy tale that Israel's a democracy, while they're openly beating journalists, beating medics, beating worshippers, beating women. Where are all the Western feminists? You want to talk about women's rights, but when Palestinian women are being beaten in the street, suddenly you have nothing to say? Look at this Israeli thug swiping his baton on this poor Palestinian woman, breaking her arm for no reason. Where are the champions of women's rights? Where is the outrage in the West? I guess it's her fault for not being born Ukrainian. Maybe if she was Ukrainian instead of Palestinian and Muslim, then people would care. Do you know how insulting that is? To go into a holy place while people are praying during Ramadan, beat them up, handcuff them, and just throw them around like sacks of meat. I'm not even Muslim, and I am insulted. I'm offended. And
and that confirms what people are saying in chat there. He's Christian. My bad. Yeah, I saw him like... There was some weird picture that I saw that was like he was... I don't know, but it looked like he was part of an organization, like a Muslim organization. So I made the wrong assumption that he is Muslim. My bad.
Shudder to think what would happen if Palestinians went into a synagogue and started firing tear gas at people while they're praying. The reaction around the world would be nuclear, and rightfully so. So where's the outrage here? Why the double standard? How can the media see images of this, of Palestinians being handcuffed and thrown around in a place of worship, and all they do is make excuses for Israel? You know, that building, the Aqsa Mosque, has been there for over 1,000 years. Look how they smashed the windows and the doors like it's some used car. And this is the second year in a row that the Israelis have done this. And the last time, a war broke out. You know, Palestinians are living 2-3 generations as refugees on their own land. They have no state, they have no equal rights, no armed forces. And meanwhile, the Israelis have nuclear weapons, an air force, billions of dollars being bankrolled by the Americans, and they have the complete political backing of the Western media. And you call that a level playing field? There is nothing about this that is even remotely comparable. Anybody calling this a clash or going, oh, it's complicated, is either clueless or being dishonest. And the media, they always have these colorful, creative ways to avoid saying that Israel is occupying Palestine. Oh, it's both sides being violent. Oh, there are tensions because it's Easter and Passover and Ramadan coinciding. No, 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 no. Get one thing straight. There are no tensions between Muslims and Christians and Jews. There are only tensions between colonizers and the colonized. Get that straight.
So my response on that? So obviously, if what they're doing right there, like bashing out the windows of a mosque, like it's clearly provocative, trying to like kick up a revolt, so they can just say it's clashes and have their media spin it for them. So we all know Key's in the media. Key control the media. Is that still online? Key control the media. Okay, yeah. Yeah, have you guys, for those that aren't from Pole, have you seen this before?
Donc on vous pose la question, la tribune diplomatique internationale.
Here, I'll make this larger so you can read what's going on down there. But equally as interesting as this guy, so this guy's a Jewish guy, and this is a general from the French army. I think it's army. And he mentioned something about well, they'll get into it now. Just listen real quick.
L'hypothèse d'une fraude importante appliquée à quelques États clés le jour du scrutin est-elle crédible? On parle des États-Unis. Mon intime conviction me dit que oui, car il y a à mes yeux trop d'indices concordants pour permettre à la meute médiatique occidentale, dont nous savons qui la contrôle, de me convaincre du contraire. Donc j'ai une question à vous poser. Qui contrôle la meute médiatique?
J'ai bien envie de savoir également.
Général de la Ward. Vous le savez bien.
Ah non,
regardez,
mais moi, je sais pas.
Qui contrôle la meute médiatique dans le monde et en France? Qui contrôle le Washington Post? Qui contrôle le New York Times? Qui contrôle chez nous BFM TV et tous les journaux qui viennent se grouper autour? Qui sont ces gens?
Qui
Pardon?
Qui? Vous qui parlez de Dreyfus, monsieur. Qui?
Ben, c'est la communauté que vous connaissez bien.
Mon Dieu.
Ah non, ben alors là on va pas partir là-dessus. On va arrêter là. On va arrêter là, mon général.
C'est honteux. Shame. What a shame. C'est honteux. Qui? So yeah, I mean they know what they can do. They know what they can do. They can basically spin any topic. But I'm not 100% sure if it's completely wrong when they say it's on both sides. I think both sides are being there are provocateurs on both sides that are set up so you can point to it. Okay? So when you look into a lot of these Free Palestine companies or NGOs, organizations and stuff like that, you know what you're going to find? And I've already talked about this before. I've made a video on it before. You find like Rockefeller money. You find Soros money, right? The same, you know, these same people also fund a lot of these groups. And they create rallies and things like that. And I'm not saying that because of that we need to blame like all the Muslims or anything like that. That's not what I mean. I'm saying that there is a vested interest in keeping this place destabilized at all points. Okay? And a lot of these people that fund, like for example George Soros, he's not allowed to go into Israel. Right? Because he's considered someone that is destabilizing the area. But then you have Israel doing their Israel things to Palestinians. I suppose like, to a certain extent, it kind of is on both sides, but it's not the same way that they want you to say, that they want you to believe it is. Right? They just want you to say, oh yeah, the Muslims and the Jews are clashing there, or Israel and Palestine are just clashing with each other. It's like, no, there's a vested interest by someone apparently to keep these people clashing all the time. Yeah. Qui? Doesn't Medhurst get supported by Sanaa.sy? I'm not sure. God told him they were his chosen people. He just forgot to tell everyone else. They didn't forget. They just didn't listen. The link is the map of ships around Shanghai. Okay. Supply delays and shortages are getting worse. He is fiery, that energy, but I mean the points he makes morally and intellectually. Hey, Virtual Asylum, good to see you, man. Key. The memes that came out of that, man. I don't have them on me right now. They're on my hard drive, or like my external drive. But yeah, the Onion Grabblers, it's a classic. Okay, French army guy looks like an egg with glasses. Yeah. C'est la communauté que vous savez bien. You know it very well. It does look like an egg, yeah.
Qui contrôle le Washington Post, qui contrôle
his face, the bopping of the head, the seething.
Le New York Times, qui contrôle chez nous BFM TV et tous les journaux qui viennent se grouper autour.
These guys are obviously like set up. So like as soon as he says anything, because there's laws against speaking about Jews in France now. And so that's what they're trying to catch him in. So this is why he's like kind of dancing around the topic. And they're trying to get him. Ooh! And that's why as soon as he says something, you get these people in the back freaking out. Mon Dieu. We're going to stop right now. Like, that's not exactly what they wanted him to say the whole time. Obvious baiting them. Or baiting him.
About Shanghai, we talk about the shutdown, and I got to tell you, folks, I've never seen anything like this in my 30 years of aerospace and defense supply chain stuff. This is just mind-boggling. And this right here is getting ready to come home to roost right here because we get a lot of stuff out of there. Those are boats that are sitting. If you get in close, those are thousands of cargo boats. Green are cargo, red are oil tankers. Notice they aren't going anywhere. They are all just sitting idle. These are moving a little bit, but these are all waiting to get in to be loaded. If you get into the port section into Shanghai and further on in, you can see same thing. These are all, the reason they're circles is because they're anchored. They're not going anywhere. That's bad news for everybody in the world, because if this stuff isn't moving, that means production, manufacturing is stopped. That means you're going to have a span of time between the time manufacturing gets turned back on to the time it gets to this port to the time these boats get loaded and out, which is then about 2 to 3 weeks to their destination, and then another, if it's coming to Long Beach, 17 days for unload. So you're talking about 2 months before you see anything. Now, that's assuming that your boat's already in there ready to go and the containers are going to get loaded and put on. However, if your boat's sitting out here, by the time these boats get in there, after this backlog is set up and the backlog of production that just got shut down for 2 weeks, you are probably talking about 4 to 6 months before you see anything coming to your shelf. That means here in the U.S., folks, we've got about 2 to 3 weeks before you start to see the shelves start to empty out of the stuff that's coming from China, and you're not going to see it back again for probably anywhere from 2 to 6 months before it starts to come in. Now, the bad news is this isn't the food shortage they're talking about. This has probably very little to do with it. This is a completely different dynamic that is just going to feed the fire, so to speak. So this is way bad beyond way bad, because what that means is you're going to have a hiccup that's going to hit. You're going to see some shortages, and then you're going to see the real food shortage hit My guess is the timing is probably right around the time of the election, sometime between August and October. It's going to basically be knee-deep in kimchi, so to speak, here in the U.S., where we'll see a lot of stuff. And if the shortages are to the extreme that I think they're going to be, we could very likely see some unrest, which could actually stop us from even doing an election and put us in that holding pattern that they want us to be in. Because if we go to an election and it isn't interfered with, there is a possibility that this stuff will actually, they're going to lose a lot of people, and we're going to be getting some other folks in there, which will change their numbers, and it's going to impact.
We'll get the other folks of those folks in there. Is the problem, though, right? It's a uniparty. Very interesting, though, what he's showing. This is not good at all. Shanghai is like one of the biggest industrial hubs in the world. Might be the largest, I'm not sure. 2 weeks? 2 more weeks? Everything is always 2 more weeks. Because it's not so close and not so far away. 2 more weeks. Imagine, are you from Pole? Have you ever heard of 2 weeks before? Like 2 more weeks? Thank you for the reaction. That was genuine. No BS anywhere. Yeah, cool, man. No worries. No worries. And we'll finish up. I know I said we'll already finish up. Sorry. I'm after sending like half people home. But we'll go through this last video. But it is kind of an interesting theory. It's like perfect timing for all of this, right in with the midterms.
About Shanghai, we talk about the shutdown, and I got to tell you, folks, I've never seen anything like this in my 30
same
years.
video.
Of
My bad. Oh, you posted twice. Okay. Grabblers. Okay, what?
Later on in the hour, tips for stretching out your vagina without having a baby.
But first, in today's tough economic times, money stresses can really be overwhelming.
Yeah, but help is on the way. Author Christine Eckert is here to show us some exercises to reduce stress. Hi, Christine.
Good morning.
Hi, Jim and Tracy.
Christine, I'm so glad you're here. I'm about ready to snap.
She is.
The first thing we're going to learn about is problem visualization.
Okay.
It's a simple method for reducing stress by assigning an image to represent your anxiety.
Well, that sounds simple enough.
Okay, the first thing I like to do is imagine my money-related stress as the most disgusting, terrifying creature I can think of. I like to imagine an ugly, greasy little creature with a hooked nose and oily black hair.
It's scary.
I call him the Grabbler because he's a greedy little monster who wants to grabble up all my money. Now close your eyes and picture the Grabbler.
Okay, there he
Now
is.
think of all the problems your Grabbler is causing. He invented interest rates like the ones on your credit card. He's taking the jobs because Grabblers only hire their own kind.
I just want to get rid of
Now
him.
imagine the Grabbler slowly disintegrating like a pile of ashes blown away by a purifying wind. And now you're in a peaceful meadow full of lilies swaying in a gentle breeze. They're not scheming or trying to rob me.
Oh, well, that really works.
Ooh, what a relief. I feel so relaxed.
Now, this image visualization works for other kinds of stresses besides money, right?
Say you had an argument with someone at work. Take that social stress and visualize it being due to a blabbler.
Blabbler. Well, look at that.
Blablers represent all that negative energy we experience when dealing with difficult personalities. You know, the kinds of people who love to argue and complain in nasal voices.
Oh, I know people
and
like that.
stresses are everywhere,
Right,
too.
they are. They're always lurking like rats. You know, that's why sometimes meditative exercises aren't enough. So Take your mind off your stress by doing something good for yourself. Exercise.
Oh, I know.
Okay,
I feel
excellent.
better after my yoga class.
Right, right.
I will often go for a long walk in the middle of the night and throw flaming bottles at certain houses, or even sneak in through the back doors and light their curtains on fire while they're asleep.
Working up a sweat to rid yourself of that stress. All right, well, Christine, thanks so much for being our guest this morning and sharing
Christine.
your advice. Everyone should check out Christine's new book, The Solution, Kill All the Grabblers, and it's available in bookstores now. And when we come back, why you don't have to wait until after you're 40 to have sex after 40.
Okay, so the 2 weeks to stop the spread, 2 weeks to unload and stuff. It got really, the 2 weeks thing got really popular on poll during the election stuff, because they were going to be exposing the Hunter Biden. They were going to be exposing the, what do you call it, the election, like apparent election fraud or whatever, and they said the information will be coming in 2 more weeks. Over the next 2 weeks, you will see information slowly be dropped, and like it would end up being a nothing burger, and then at the end of that there would be like a next big new thing and say 2 more weeks for that. So it became pretty common on like the boards. 2 more weeks. I think it's just like it's close but not so close, so that they can get away. Oh yeah, Q as well. My bad. Forgot. There's been so many 2 more weeks that it's hard to keep track of them all. Some of the memes on 2 more weeks is great. The storm is coming. Yeah, good call, Phoenix Shaman. My bad. I didn't mean to miss that. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Yeah. It's been popping up on news and articles unironically, though. Well, I bet you there's like a psychology behind it, right? It's just like to keep people somewhat interested, like they're not too divested if it's too far away, like as if it were to be too far away, but it's not close enough that you could say something's happening right now. You know, I think there's something to that. Probably they're using like some sort of, I don't know what the psychological technique would be called, but. Or maybe they're just mocking us at this point. Yeah. All right, my friends. Next one, like I said, Tuesday. We'll do 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, it is the perfect amount of time. Yeah. And we will be covering the missing peoples. The missing journalists and all that stuff. Paid every 2 weeks. Yeah. 2 more weeks. Yeah. Then I heard 2 more shots. 2 more boosters. All right, guys. Have yourselves a good night, and we'll talk to you on Tuesday. You can check out the Discord. I'm usually in there checking, saying hello to people. And there's lots of different places that you can post information, memes, and all that kind of stuff. I got to take out the jab one, though, because I think the jab cannot be talked about. Medical misinformation is not allowed to be talked about on Discord anymore. All right, guys. Have a great one, and I'll talk to you on the next one.